10, 5.
Good morning, Commissioners. Akeem Ashford, Director of Strategic Communications. Welcome to the Wednesday Board of County Commission meeting, July 21st. First up, after County Manager Tom Stolz presented his budget, we've got several budget hearings that we'd like the public to know about. The first is the August 5th at 6 p.m. And the August 25th at 9 a.m. So we're inviting all from the public to join us for both of those meetings to give input about this year's budget. In addition to that, Commissioners, I've kind of talked to you over the past couple of months about the COVID-19 FHA, Federal Housing Administration Housing Relief Program. This program is still open for those who need mortgage relief. The deadline is open until July 31st. And so folks can go to this website, FHA-HUD.gov, excuse me, so not FHA, so just HUD.gov for the latest information and to fill out that form. With that, Commissioners, taking a look at today's agenda, you've got consideration of minutes, followed by a proclamation that we're really excited about today, a proclamation declaring Rudy Love Day. Under appointments, you will approve several appointments and resignations. Under new business, there is a Zone 2020-00053 zone change from RR Rural Residential to GC General Commercial. This is in District 2. Item I is another zoning case, which is in District 3. This is within 975 feet east of South 167th Street West and within 1/2 mile south of West 4th Street. Item J is an amendment of government services agreement for animal control service and enforcement between Sedgwick County and the city of Bentley. Item K is an update of the fiscal COVID-19 fiscal response. There is a consideration of item 3 of minutes from the July 8th, 2021 meeting of the Board and Bids and Contracts, and then a final report of the Boards and Bids and Contracts from their July 15th meeting. Under that, with that, Chairman, I will turn the meeting over to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Akeem, and good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Wednesday, July 21st, Board of Sedgwick County Commissioners meeting. So thank you all for being here. It's good to see a number of people in the audience, and just another sign that we're working our way back to some kind of normal, which is good. So anyway, with that, I'll call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, first item, please.
Invocation to be observed by a moment of silence. Please remain standing for the flag salute.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Roll call. Commissioner Lopez?
Present.
Commissioner Dennis?
Present.
Commissioner Howell?
Present.
Commissioner Cruz?
Present.
Chairman Meitzner.
Present. Next item, please.
Public agenda.
Commissioners, we received a few emails on the public agenda that have been submitted. Does anybody like to point any of them out or comment? Being none, I'll make a motion. We receive and file the emails that we received under the public agenda.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell? Commissioner Cruz? Chairman Meitzner.
Aye. And also, on the public agenda, we do have 2 people signed up, but one wants to address under an item H later on today or this morning. But we do have somebody that signed up as Mary Arterburn in the audience.
Yeah.
Okay, Mary, welcome to the meeting, and name and address, and you have 5 minutes to address the commission. Thank
I
you.
hope I can get it done.
Okay.
Good morning, and thank you for having me and letting me come and voice my opinion. My name is Mary Arterburn. My address is 9403 East Long Lake Street, Wichita, Kansas. I've lived here for 27 years. What I'm addressing this morning is the ambulance and emergency medical system situation. To begin with, I'm appalled, ashamed, and totally irate at how this commission has handled the situation that's going on from what I've read in the newspaper and seen on the news. I don't have the internet, so I can't go by any of that. I just, let me look here, please. They're putting one man before all of the rest of the citizens in Wichita and Sedgwick County. My son had his head run over by a drug dealer driving an SUV while he was fleeing the police. He died at the scene. Emergency medical technicians got there and they brought Brian back to life. And I thank God for that. I also thank God that today Brian's able to live a life being content and as happy as he can be. It's not like it used to be, but he is content. He's not perfect. He's blind in one eye. He had a stroke at the time of his death, and he's paralyzed somewhat on the left side. He was left-handed. He had a lot to overcome. He spent months, in fact years, getting rehab and getting part of his skull put back because of the brain injury. I'm so grateful that Mr. Gallagher was not in charge at the time of Brian's incident. We don't call it an accident because it was intentional. The bad guy, I can call him a lot of things, intentionally saw Brian throwing out the spike strips and intentionally ran over his head, which did kill him. But thanks to EMS and EMT guys that were there and a woman, they brought Brian back to life. I feel like had Mr. Gallagher been in charge of my son's life, because of what I've read of another incident that he was in charge of, at that time he would have said, well, he won't have any chance of any kind of life being run over like that. Just wait and let him go. And this is the kind of person I feel he is after how he treated the suicidal human being, a human. What is it going to take for Sedgwick County Commission to put the thousands of citizens above one man that made a dire mistake, in my opinion, and I feel like many of Sedgwick County's opinions? My heart goes out to each and every EMT for standing up for what they trained and love to do. Right now, our city and county are in a dire situation where their well-being is concerned, all because of one man and our commission considering him above all the rest of us. Please resolve this today, because every second is vital in saving a life, not just standing around and waiting till they take their last breath or have their last heartbeat. I also feel deep in my heart that this individual that I'm talking about, I don't know him personally, and I don't really care to, but I don't feel like he should get the money that you say we are supposed to have to pay him if he's not working, because you're going to need that for lawyer fees when you're sued by the individuals that don't get the medical attention they need by the ambulance service. I have no doubt about this. I just feel like you've bitten off more than you can chew. You did not act, Jim, Commissioner Howell. I do appreciate what you have done to push this. I just don't understand how the rest of you cannot see what is going on. We've lost our EMTs, and It's just, and our ambulances, and it's uncalled for in this day. Please give this serious consideration. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Arterburn. Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to comment, Ms. Otterburn, thank you for being here and for speaking to us this morning. Kind of like 9/11, I remember the moment that that call came in about your son. It's in my mind. I'll never forget how I felt that day. And you are correct. Everything that came together at that moment with the law enforcement officers, the EMS, our 911, and I'm sure there may be others I'm not mentioning right now, but that just demonstrates the tremendous system of public safety that this county and this city does our very best to try to maintain those skills at the right time. And you're right. I'm sure the EMS did a tremendous job. I'm sure they were there quickly, which is really what they're gifted to do, which is what they want to do. And I want to just say that your son is a tremendous person, and I think this entire community will always think of your son as a hero, in my opinion. So I'm glad that he's with us. I'm glad he made it back, and I'm glad our EMS professionals had a lot to do with that as well. And I'll continue to pray for him and your family. And I tell you what, I'm laser focused on the issues of EMS right now, and I will continue to do whatever I can to bring the issues to light, to restore the things that need to be done, to have the system completely restored the way it was back when your son was in that horrible accident or horrible incident. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Howell.
That's all I have, Chair. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, no other speakers? Anybody else address the board? I don't see any, so we will close the public agenda. And next item, please.
Consideration of minutes. Item A, en banc meeting minutes of June 22nd, 2021.
Commissioners, if it's okay, we have A, B, and C, which is a combination of minutes from June 22nd en banc meeting, the June 23rd regular meeting, and the July 7th regular meeting. If it's okay with you, I'd make a motion to approve the minutes of those three meetings.
Second.
Any other comments or questions, or anybody have anything additions to it? I don't see any, so there's a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz?
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner.
Aye. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Proclamations. Item D, proclamation declaring Rudy Love Day.
We have a proclamation that Commissioner Cruz would like to read.
Thank you, Chairman. Whereas Rudy Love attended Wichita North High School, participating in the school's Redskin Rhythms musical group, beginning a long life in the world of music. And whereas at age 17, Rudy was hired as a songwriter for Little Richard, launching a career writing music for and working with dozens, if not hundreds, of artists over the decades, including Ray Charles, Marvin Gaye, Carlos Santana, and Martina McBride. His music is still inspiring today's young artists. And whereas Rudy helped start the first Black Arts Festival in Wichita, bringing the community together through their love of music for 46 years. And whereas Rudy never turned down an opportunity to play at benefit concerts for charities all over the country. And whereas the documentary film This Is Love, first shown at the 2018 Rain Dance Film Festival in London, has won awards in 40 countries and tells the story of his incredible life. Now, therefore be it resolved that I, Lacey Cruz, on behalf of the Board of Sedgwick County Commissioners, do hereby recognize July 21st, 2021 as Rudy Love Day, and encourage everyone to attend the screening of This Is Love at NASCAR Park at 6 p.m. on Sunday, July 21st, 2021.
Okay.
25th, excuse me, I read it wrong. So, Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we declare Rudy Love Day and recognize him today.
Okay, I'll second that. Any other comments at this time? I don't see any. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz?
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner.
Aye.
And here to accept this award is Rudy Love Jr. Rudy Love is also in the audience along with his brother. I am so excited to have this today. I asked Rudy Love Jr. to come and play a little song because we need some music here at this commission. So I know this is kind of unusual, but I hope that you will all enjoy this song.
And I thought it would be proper. I wanted to do this with Dad. You know,
Okay.
I was gonna sing one of his songs anyway, and I'm so glad he's here. So I just want to be able to back him up today.
All right.
Hey, hey. Oh, oh, ooh, oh. I want you to know this song is for you. Wherever you go, whatever you do. See, I love you. I do, darling, yeah. Darling, even though we're not together, deep down in my heart, from the bottom of my heart, I love you, baby, I do. And I still remember, ooh, your love so warm and tender. And although you're gone,
You got this.
loving memories linger on, keeping my love strong, and it's stronger, and that's why I say, I want you to know this song is for you, for you. This song is for you. This song is for you. 'Cause I love you. I love you, baby. I do, darling. I love you, baby. I want you to know this song is for you. For all the times we had, about the good, even the bad. I love you. Love you, baby. I do. I love you, baby. And I want you to know, always in my heart forevermore, I love you. I love you. Hey, hey.
Hey, Rudy, this is Pete Meitzner here. How you doing, sir? Yeah, you played a lot of gigs around the country, but I don't know if you recall, about 15 years ago, we had a little party in Brad Schreck's backyard. Oh, yeah. Remember that? That was a good one. I was sharing that story of that party with Commissioner Cruz, but I know you and Brad go back a long ways too, and myself, and it's such an honor to recognize you and thank you for all you've been. And that was a lot of fun. We've had a lot of fun over the years. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So congratulations.
Thank you.
You bet.
And I have one little story. Remember the first time we ever played together at a show, like I opened for you, and then the bar shut down, and our name was on the marquee together. So my name was on the marquee with your name for like months because the bar shut down. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my gosh, this is the coolest thing ever. I was so, one thing that I'm really excited about is that Rudy Love over here has. Musicians like to keep the stage to themselves, a lot of us, right? We just want to have the mic. But I think one thing that I've really seen within your family is you share the stage. You give opportunities to people who wouldn't have had them before, which is so impressive. And I saw that the other day. I see that continually with you. And I just think that you have shared that with him, and how beautiful to share the love of music so much so that it reaches beyond you. That's so beautiful. Can we take a picture? Yes. Okay. My heart's racing. Well, I want to take it with all of you. Would you mind? I'll just stick myself down. Yeah. I'm vaccinated.
Me too.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you so much for
hold on. Commissioner Dennis would like to say a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And congratulations for this honor. As a teacher from North High School, I want to thank you very much. As a teacher that also was there when your son was there, I sincerely appreciate your contributions to our community, and especially being an honored grad of North High School. Thank you very much.
All right, and thanks for all your family, and Annie, good to see you again always, and the rest of the family. So thanks for sharing your day with us. So appreciate it. And if you don't mind, we're going to have to get on with business. Okay. So we'll give it a couple seconds here to see Ann. All right, take care. Okay. That was a unique proclamation, I must admit. Okay. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Appointments. Item E, resolution appointing Jeanette Frederico to the Sedgwick County Community Corrections Advisory Board in an at-large position.
Mr. Pepin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Michael Penn, County Councilor. Items E and F can be taken together. These are two at-large appointments to the Community Corrections Advisory Board. This is a 13-member board. And the County Commission has 4 at-large appointments to this board. If you remember, Glenda Martins, the director of our Department of Corrections, was here, staff meeting a week ago yesterday, and presented the number of names that had applied for these 2 positions and recommended Janet Federico and Patricia Houston. We have prepared resolutions appointing these 2 ladies to the board. The resolutions are in proper form, and ask that you approve the resolutions.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve Janet Federico and Patricia Houston to this board. Second. Motion and a second. Is there any other comments? Being none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz.
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner.
Aye. And Mr. Kelly Arnold is here to swear them in if they are here. Janet's here. Hi, Janet. And so is Patricia, okay.
Raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Kansas, and faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Sedgwick County Corrections Advisory or Community Corrections Advisory Board, so help me God.
I do.
Congratulations. If you'd like to.
Okay, congratulations. Would you like to say anything? You can come to the room.
Just want to say thank you for this honor to serve Sedgwick County.
Yeah, we're excited to have you. And
Again, thank you. I appreciate it.
okay. appreciate all the citizens that serve on these boards. Those are all non-paid positions, and they donate their time and bring their energy and their knowledge to these boards. So thank you. Next item, please.
Item G, resolution appointing Ashlyn Riggs to the Sedgwick County 3rd District Citizens Advisory Board in the student position.
Mr. Papoon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the at-large student position on Commissioner Dennis's Citizens Advisory Board. He is recommending that Ashlyn Riggs be appointed as a student member of the board, and resolutions prepared in proper form. Ask that you approve the resolution.
Okay, Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate Ashlyn volunteering for this position. She's replacing an individual that graduated from Northwest High School this past year and is now at West Point. And so I don't know if she's going to go to West Point or not, but I want to thank her very much for volunteering to serve on our advisory board. With that, I'd like to make a motion that we appoint Ashlyn Riggs to the 3rd District Citizens Advisory Board. Thank you.
I'll second that. Madam Clerk, no other comments? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz?
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner.
Aye. And here to accept her appointment is Ashlyn herself and been sworn in.
Ready? I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Kansas, and faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Sedgwick County 3rd District Citizens Advisory Board, so help me God.
I do.
Congratulations.
Okay, congratulations.
I just want to say thank you, and especially to Mr. Dennis, and I'm excited to start.
Okay, very good. Congratulations. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
New business, item H, ZON 2020-00053, zone change from RR Rural Residential to GC General Commercial, generally located on the southwest corner of East 63rd Street South and South Hydraulic Avenue.
Mr. Wadle. Is Mr. Wadle here? Oh, there he is. Yes, Scott. Good morning.
Good morning. All right. Well, this case is a request for a rezoning from rural residential to GC general commercial. This item is returning to you from the Planning Commission. The applicant has submitted the rezoning request in order to allow for vehicle storage yard for boat and RV storage. This does not permit wrecking or salvage yard. The property is located at the southwest corner of 63rd Street and Hydraulic. Properties to the north are located in the city of Wichita. As you can see the boundary here between the city and unincorporated county. The property to the north is located in the city of Wichita, zone GC, commercial, and SF5 residential. The GC zone land is vacant. The SF5 properties are developed as large lot, single-family residences. Property to the south is in the city of Wichita, zoned SF5, and developed as single-family lots. Oh, I apologize, that is property to the east. Property to the south is also in the city of Wichita, zoned SF5 and in agricultural use, and developed as large lot residences. Property to the east is in unincorporated, and to the west is in unincorporated Sedgwick County, zoned rural residential in use for large lot residences. One of the properties is owned by the owner of the subject site for this case. In terms of services, East 63rd Street is a paved 5-lane arterial street. Hydraulic is a paved 2-lane arterial street with 5 lanes at the intersection. City water is available near the site, and any sewage treatment will be on the site. In terms of reviews and meetings, the public hearing for this case was held at the Planning Commission meeting on February 18th. The MAPC considered it again on March 18th with a focus on potential screening and landscaping. The MAPC voted 9-3 to recommend approval of the rezoning subject to a protective overlay, which is detailed in the staff report. Following the March 18th Planning Commission meeting, 42 protest petitions were submitted. The protest petitions totaled 26.57% of the protest area, which exceeds the 20% threshold. As a result, any vote for approval today must be by a supermajority vote of 4 of 5. On March 19th, the Board of County Commissioners voted to return the case to the Planning Commission for further consideration, with instructions to research and include more information regarding crime, drainage, access, the history of commercial in the area, and possible modifications to the protective overlay. On June 17th, the MAPC considered the request. The MAPC voted to suspend the public hearing and considered information on the subjects identified by the County Commission, which again is included in the staff report. The MAPC voted 10-1 to recommend approval of the application with updates to the protective overlay. The protective overlay is described in the staff report, and here are some highlights. It would limit the land uses to those permitted by right in rural residential, in addition to vehicle storage as permitted in GC general commercial. And this is a change from the first time that you saw it. Vehicle storage, again, is limited to operable boats and RVs. The storage area and all drives and exits must be surfaced with all-weather surfacing. Visual screening is required on all sides of the subject site. And this was more specific in the updated protective overlay. A berm and landscape buffer are required along the arterial street frontages. Outdoor lighting shall be designed to minimize light, trespass, and glare. No outdoor speakers or sound amplification are allowed. And signage limitations are now specified in the protective overlay. Screening and compatibility standards are required because the surrounding properties are zoned for residential use. The screening must be in the form of a minimum 6-foot high solid screening fence, could be in the form of vegetation or an earthen berm. Moving on then to July 13th, District 2 Citizens Advisory Board considered the application and voted 10-1 to recommend denial. Members of the public spoke in opposition to the request. Their concerns were generally related to the anticipated impacts from the proposed development, which they perceived as increases in crime, visual impacts, reductions in property value, reductions in water quality for the surrounding lakes, general overall reductions in quality of life. Concerns were expressed about drainage, and there is a discrepancy related to whether the culverts exist under hydraulic. Staff have gone out into the field and have confirmed that no culverts exist under Hydraulic Avenue near the subject site. However, there is one culvert under Hydraulic Drive, which is essentially a frontage road located to the east. The end result is that there's no direct drainage path from the subject site to the lake to the east. The recommended action is to adopt the findings of the MAPC and authorize the chairman to sign the resolution. Because the protest exceeded the 20% threshold, this action requires 4 of 5 votes. The alternative is to deny the application, make alternative findings, and override the MAPC. Because this is returning back to you, that requires only a simple majority of 3 of 5 votes. And with that, I'll take you through some pictures and some of the maps, and then I'll stand for questions. So here's the protest map. You can see the properties shown in red are the ones that are counted towards the percentage of property in the protest area. Ones in blue are protests that were submitted but were outside of the protest area. Here's the property itself, again located in the southwest corner. Here's the zoning map showing that the property is primarily surrounded by SF5 zoning. You can see some GC and LC to the north and slightly to the east, and you can see rural residential to the west. Here's the map from the South Wichita-Hayesville plan, which recommends commercial development in this location. This is the schematic that was submitted by the applicant, showing the earthen berm, landscaping, and how the buildings would be configured. What it does not show is the fencing that would be required on the south and on the west of the property. These are photos of the site. It's currently in agricultural use. Looking to the north, this is the commercially zoned property directly north. Looking at the commercially zoned property to the north and east of the subject site. This is looking at the residential zone property directly across the street to the east. This is looking at the subject site. And this is looking at the residence that was recently constructed immediately to the west and adjacent to the property. This is again looking at the commercial property, one of the commercial properties to the north of the site. This is looking at the residents immediately south and adjacent to the subject site. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions at this time? Commissioner Lopez.
I do have one question. On the paper that you gave us, all this, like minutes of everything, it says that last time this was approved, 10-1, and that Cindy Miles opposed. But I spoke to Josh Blick, who's my appointment, and he said he opposed this. So I don't know if two of them opposed it, or maybe they mistyped who opposed it, but I don't know.
I'll follow up with staff. I don't have an answer at this time about that.
Okay.
But I do know that it was, I guess the point that I would emphasize is that it was not unanimous at the MAPC.
Okay. I don't see any other comments at this time from the bench, but I do understand that Mr. Cale Warren is here. He's the proposed applicant. While you're coming up, I want to recognize Mr. Sean Fox, the city manager of Park City, is in the audience. So, welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'd like to start by saying thank you for hearing this case today. I look forward to hearing your deliberation, your feedback, and the outcome of your vote. My name is Cale Warren. I am here today with my wife, Taryn. We live at 2012 North Peppercorn Road in Derby, Kansas. We own both a boat and RV ourselves, and with no place to store these items on our property of residence, we have a need for a place to store our equipment while not being used. Driving the streets of Derby every day, there are dozens of boats and campers parked in driveways or along street frontages, so I am certain we aren't the only ones with need or desire for storage. When we moved to Derby in 2018, we looked for storage units like what we have in mind, being the covered storage. There are other options available, but not like what we have in mind. Not finding anything of such, we began the idea of starting this business. We plan to store our equipment at this facility. We would like to provide a unique opportunity in the area for others to store their equipment as well. I have a couple of slides prepared on a PowerPoint I would like to share with you at this time. If you can go to the next slide, please. Do I have control? Okay. Here's an updated rendering from what Mr. Wadle showed you a few minutes ago. This includes the additional fence as well as an updated configuration of buildings. Very similar, but just a sample to look at. This is a sample berm. As you've heard from before, there's been a lot of discussion on landscape. This is not exactly identical, but a similar representation of what I have in mind. This would be a naturally contoured. There would be trees atop. On the right over there, you can see some rocks that create a nice little jut out just for aesthetic appeal. Makes it look very nice. This is at the intersection of Central and Webb and in front of Textron. This is a sample building and a gravel lot. This is a new building at an area storage facility where I store my equipment in El Dorado. The blue is not what I have in mind. I have more earthy tones, the beige, browns, things like that. But this is a good example of what I have in mind. Please keep these photos in mind as you hear the remainder of today's discussions. Moving on, there have been numerous complaints from the public throughout the course of this case. I would like to address some of those, as you've heard some of them before, and you'll hear some or many of them today. The public has argued that there are as many as 15 storage facilities for boats and RVs within a few miles of the subject corner. While that may be true, they offer open storage, so open to the weather, rain, snow, ice, etc., or fully enclosed storage, so fully enclosed with a garage door, things like that. I plan to provide a mid-range facility, such as you see here, at what I can offer a mid-range price. Keeps my costs low, I can keep the costs low to the customers. I talked to a couple of the facilities in the surrounding area, both of which had a wait list, so I do know that there is a demand for additional storage. The Pine Bay HOA has made comments of concerns about pollution of their lake, as you heard Mr. Wadle talk about. I spoke to Scott Lindbach, the Sedgwick County Stormwater Manager, last week. He stated that the county records indicate that there's a single 24-inch culvert. This is the discrepancy that Mr. Wadle alluded to. However, Scott went to the site and looked for the said culvert, walked both ditches, and cannot find it. He believes that it's either been removed and the county failed to update their records, or it has been plugged up and covered. I will also like to point out that I will not allow any sewer dumping at the site. So even if there was a culvert, it would not, there wouldn't be any concerns of sewer waste polluting their lake. The surrounding neighborhoods have made comments of concern for their property values. I spoke to a professional residential realtor this week about this, and she stated in her many years of experience, she does not believe a commercial business will decrease the property values of their homes. Mind you, commercial land is what we consider the most valuable land there is. The public has made comments of concern regarding outdoor storage. I do not plan to allow any outdoor storage, only storage inside the buildings. And finally, the public has made comments of concern regarding traffic flow through the intersection. Kansas Department of Transportation doesn't have exact traffic counts on their website for this intersection in the north and south directions. However, they do show east and west directions to have 11,280 vehicles and 6,640 vehicles per day, respectively. If we assume half of that many in the north and south directions, and then half the total because there are cars going in and out, not just disappearing in the middle of the intersection, there are approximately 13,500 vehicles through the intersection per day. I plan to have approximately 200 units available for rent. If all 200 of my customers were to come and get their equipment on a weekend, be it Friday and then return it on Sunday, there would be an increase of less than 3% to the traffic flow on each day. And again, that's only 2 days per week. I think it'd be safe to assume that some people will get their equipment on Thursdays, some people will just get it for the day on Saturday, return it on Monday, perhaps. So just for fun, I annualize those numbers. It's less than 1% traffic increase for the summer season, be it Memorial Day to Labor Day. Hopefully I've answered some of your questions and addressed the public's concerns, and I hope you can see that I plan to run a meticulous, maintained, upstanding business that is minimally invasive to the surrounding neighborhoods. Thank you again for your time. I can stand for questions, and I look forward to hearing your deliberations today.
Okay, well, thank you. You've clearly done a lot of improvements and adjustments on with especially the berm and trees, things like that. And I see it's written in as in the red on the color red on our documentation on some of the requirements on the overlay. Okay, any other questions or comments right now to the applicant? I don't see any. Mr. Papoon, do we have to take public comment on this? That we've done it before? Or?
I think it would be a good idea to go ahead and accept public comment if there's anybody here willing to talk about it, sir.
Okay. Well, we've had public comment on this before, but there is a few improvements and changes, so we will open the floor for anybody who wants to address the commission.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Yeah. Please state your name and your address, and you'll have 5 minutes to address us. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is David Edwards, 6437 South Madison Court. That would be the Pine Bay Homeowners Association. We had 11 speakers scheduled for this morning. Unfortunately, we had a death in our community, and I was elected to represent them all. So I apologize for not having more people here with us to show you our feelings towards this. It was great to have a lot of love in the room right off the bat this morning with songs and things. But everything we're hearing, it sounds great. We had Mr. Stoltz at the Community Advisory Board meeting for Ms. Lopez. He showed us a community chart, and he said, hey, it starts with the citizens at the top of the chart. The citizens are clearly against this. We have over 120. If we wanted to show that blue map, I could have turned that whole map blue. We thought it was a 1,000-foot radius around the site. That's the blue that you saw. We have people as far away as half a mile down the road telling us, hey, we just don't want this. It doesn't fit our neighborhood. We are trying to lift our neighborhood up. We're trying to do improvements. We're trying to make it a residential area. It's a recreational area. It's a nice area. Everything that we're trying to do is to improve. We see this as going backwards. We found out at the Community Advisory Board, the only reason that's going on this property is a financial reason. They don't have the financial resources to go anywhere else. There are a whole bunch of other properties that are way more suitable for this than this particular property. The reason it's not going on any of those is it's underfinanced. Just like the other 3 businesses that you saw photos of. It starts out with a great idea. It's going to be a fruit stand. You saw 2 fruit stands that aren't fruit stands anymore. They were a great idea. Beautiful fruit stands. We'd love to have that. we'd love to have residential. We'd love to have just about anything but commercial that's going to drag our community back down. We don't see it as a success in any way, shape, or form. Just because we can do it doesn't mean we should do it. Again, we go back to, if we don't look at history and learn from it, we're going to repeat it. We have other stuff in this neighborhood that has just turned out poorly, and we don't want to see that happen again. Like I said, with the district advisory board or the community advisory board, 10 to 1 against it, 120 plus of the local residents against it. If the citizens are truly at the top of that organizational chart, we hope that you'll listen to the people that are at the top. And that's all we have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any other questions? So Scott, can you clarify what other, today, under the zoning issue, under the zoning today, what all could go on that corner?
Yes, sir. Today it's rural residential, so the primary emphasis of that zoning district is on large lot residential, at least 2 acres in size, or agricultural uses.
Okay. So this item is a zone change to allow this item?
Yes, and what I would, I guess what I would comment on is that after the case was returned back to the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission took into account some of the comments that came up here at the BOCC, and they changed their recommendation that the property should be rezoned, but that the protective overlay would limit it only to those uses allowed in rural residential, with the exception of allowing for storage of vehicles so that the applicant can do their business.
Okay. And your recommendation is presenting on behalf of the Planning Commission?
That is correct. That's the one that's written up in the staff report.
Okay. So you're making, your recommendation is to approve?
That is correct. That's the recommendation.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions and comments? Commissioner Lopez, this is in your district. I'll defer to you.
Thank you. Well, before I make a motion, I would like to mention a few things. One, Cale, I appreciate your willingness to be so adaptive to everything that we've brought so far. So I do very much appreciate that. But as far as the character of the neighborhood, this neighborhood is made up of large residential lots, and commercial really isn't compatible with the existing character. Visually adding nearly 6 acres of RV and boat storage with potentially 6 metal buildings is just not the aesthetic design that this area has currently, and I do worry about property going down and all of that goes along with it. The impact of this is not something that can be mitigated easily, even though we are talking about trees and how to hide it. It's just not something that's going to be easily hidden and can really affect the 5 lots to the east and the 11 lots that are in the subdivision itself. And the sheriff had mentioned that just because of the nature of what this is, crime rates could go up. I mean, that's just something that they would expect because it is a business with RVs and boats with stuff in it, and that's just unfortunately how that could go. The zoning change is inconsistent with the Wichita-Sedgwick County Comprehensive Plan, and that shows this as being appropriate for residential use. The Hayesville South Wichita plan that was mentioned and shown just a minute ago was done in 2002. But the Sedgwick County plan was done in 2015, so 13 years later, and they overrid what the original one said and put it back to residential use. So I think it's appropriate to remain consistent with what that said, and then, I think it's also important to mention that I got in this seat and I told my district that I would represent them. And we on the south side don't feel like we've had that in quite some time. And so I need to go with what this community is saying. I mean, vastly overwhelmingly saying that they don't want this in their area. MAPC, although they did approve it 10 to 1, they also listed many reasons why they could have denied it too. And my representative on that board denied it. My cab denied it 10 to 1. And I think that's really important to make sure that they know that their voices are heard and that I'm voting along what they want. So I'm going to make a motion to deny the zoning change and override the recommendations of MAPC.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any other comments? Commissioner Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will not be supporting the motion as presented today. As you look at any kind of a zoning issue, I believe in property rights. And the property owners of any piece of property have the right to use their property to the highest and best use of what the intended purpose of that is. And at this point in time, it looks like the highest and best use that can be used is the proposed rezoning. We'll hear a lot of zoning cases in the future, and there are a ton of people that will come before us and say, not in my backyard. That's not a solution. We have to be looking for economic development. We have to be pro-business, and denying this is against all of that. So I certainly will be voting against the motion as presented. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thanks for your explanation, and I will be in opposition to the motion as well. I've had years on the city council and here, and I've had it consistently, especially when two arterial streets meet. I know there's can be conflict with one of the corners or some of the corners being residential or zoned one way or another, but it is, our community is growing. Thank God. There's a lot of communities that are not growing in this state, and I've always been supportive of development and investment in our community, and I think that's I'm going to be consistent with my feeling about development and growth. Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. This is my halfway through my 7th year on the bench here, and this may be one of the hardest cases I've had to figure out, and I don't really like any of the options, to be honest with you. We do have a responsibility, of course, to vote, and I see reasons to vote for this, and I see reasons to vote against it. I agree with Commissioner Dennis that property rights is a value that I think we all should embrace, and you should do that in a way that hopefully doesn't impact people and how they they also have property rights. Property rights is kind of a two-way street. So I think that's why these things have to be go through a zoning process to try to find that balance between different properties, trying to find a way to allow everyone to do what they want to do in a way that respects others. And so when this thing began, I heard from a lot of people, and again, I know we disclosed ex parte communication before. I've had plenty of people talk to me about this. One of the things I remember talking to at least a couple of the people about was, I think that everybody should move towards compromise. I mean, I don't know that anyone's going to get exactly all that they want in something like this, and I do think what has been presented today is better than we saw before. I would have liked to go back and see whether there's another. First of all, I wish that MAPC would have allowed a public hearing on their second round, and I think that's, in my opinion, not being government that's accessible to the people. That frustrates me a little bit. Second of all, I think the protest petition might be different today than it was initially if this went back out and people had a different understanding of exactly what's being proposed today. But we don't have that data, and I think that's unfortunate. So I have to make a decision based on what I know right now. I would make one point, and that is, this is, I believe, the 5th stop in this process, and this is the 5th and final stop. Whether we vote yes or no, there is no other options at this point. We can't send it back to MAPC, correct? So that we have to make a decision today whether this is going to go forward or not. Last time it was here, I made a lot of arguments about signage. I made arguments about landscaping and screening, and what view they would have. And again, what I see today is all those questions and concerns have been addressed. maybe not to my total satisfaction, but they have been addressed, they've been clarified. In fact, the uses of this property have been now restricted down to the single use, other than residential potentially. So I guess I am compelled to support the proposal this morning. But I don't, again, just to be honest with you, I don't really like this use of this property personally. I think it's not good for this neighborhood. It's not the best location, but I think that they've made their case, and so I think I'll support the proposal. Should there be a motion to approve this, I probably would support that. And right as it is right now, I will not support the current motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make an alternate motion to approve.
Okay, I'll second that. There's a substitute motion to approve. Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you, Chairman. So for 2.5 years, 2 years, I sat here and made motions and no one seconded them, which is why I chose to second Sarah's motion, because I thought it would bring discussion, which it did. I have heard this argument. I have, the questions that I had were mostly related to drainage. They were related to the covering on the outside, and most of those, in the back, most of those were answered. So I will be supportive of this motion today. I wanted to make sure that everybody understands why I did what I did, and so that's my explanation.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
And Commissioners, this is Kirk Sponsel, Assistant County Counselor. I would just like some clarification from Commissioner Dennis on his motion. He made a motion to approve. And Commissioner, with that motion to approve the zone change, as that's my understanding, is that also to follow with the MAPC recommendation in regards to the overlay?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion to approve as defined by Kirk. Thanks, Kirk, for clarifying. Motion and second. I don't see any other comments. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
No.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz?
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner?
Aye. Okay, the motion carries. Good luck with your project. Okay. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item I, ZON 2021-00012, County Zone Change from RR Rural Residential to SF20 Single Family Residential on property generally located within 975 feet east of South 167th Street West and within 1/2 mile south of West 4th Street, 16011 West Sage Street.
Scott, welcome back.
Thank you. This case is a request for a zone change from rural residential to SF20 single family. This item, similar to the other one, is returning to you from the MAPC. The subject site is located southeast of the intersection of 4th Street and 167th Street. It is approximately 64 acres in size. In terms of the context, the property to the north is zoned rural residential and in agricultural use. Properties to the east are zoned rural residential and in use as large lot residences. Properties to the south are a mix of zoned rural residential and agricultural use, and properties in the city of Wichita zoned SF5 and partially developed as the Pike Addition, which you can see in the aerial. And here's the zoning map. Properties to the west are zoned rural residential and in use for agricultural uses and large lot residential. In terms of history, on April 22nd, the public hearing for this item was held at the Planning Commission. They voted 11-0 to recommend approval. There were a number of events that occurred during that MAPC meeting, including a staff member indicating that they had not received comments, which was an error, and later on those emails and information were shared with the planning commissioners as a follow-up, but it was not during that meeting. In addition, during the planning commission meeting and at the start of the next item, there were individuals who are participating remotely They did not comment during the case. After action by the MAPC, they were able to speak. Apparently, they had some technology issues and indicated that they wished to go back and talk about this item. The MAPC considered that. They made a motion to suspend their previous action and hear the additional public comments. That motion failed, and the meeting proceeded without the public comments being heard. On May 3rd, the District 3 Citizen Advisory Board considered the case and voted 8-1 to recommend denial. On May 6th, the protest period ended and no protest petitions were submitted in opposition to this application. On June 2nd, the Board of County Commissioners considered the case. The vote was unanimous to return the case to the Planning Commission for additional public input. Members of the commission indicated a desire for the case to be considered as a zoning case, not a platting case. There had been substantial conversation at these meetings, at the prior meetings, about possible street connections, and to ensure that individuals interested in the case receive notification about the Planning Commission meeting. Notifications were provided to all parties interested in the case. I've got copies of the letters if you'd like to see those. On July 8th, the Planning Commission considered the case and voted unanimously 10-0 to recommend approval, subject to staff comments. The Planning Commission heard from 6 individuals opposed to the rezoning. Public comments were largely concerned with the lack of submitted comments being shared with the Planning Commission when the case was first heard. Concerns about increased traffic, concerns with the safety of access from 4th Street, and questions about the platting and zoning processes. In terms of actions, the recommended action is to adopt the findings of the MAPC, approve the rezoning, and authorize the necessary signatures. This requires a simple majority, or 3 of 5 votes. The alternative is to deny the application by making alternative findings and overriding the MAPC request. This would require 3 of 5 votes, or a simple majority. With that, I'll take you through some photos and some maps, and then I'll stand for questions. So here is the map showing the zoning. You can see it's primarily rural residential around the property. You can see that it abuts the city of Wichita to the south, where there's SF5 zoning in the Pike Edition. This is the comprehensive plan future growth map showing it for recommendations for agricultural and residential at this location. Here's a image of the letter that was sent out following the Planning Commission. It indicates the ability to submit a protest, also mentions the CAB meeting. Here's a photo of the site looking from the west towards the site. As you can see, it's an agricultural use. This is the house of the property owners currently on the site. And there's the aerial. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay. Commissioner Dennis, or is there any questions for Scott at this time? I don't see any. Is this another case where we need to go open for public comment? So we will we'll open the meeting for public comment at this time. I see one person, so.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Dan Garber with Garber Surveying Service, 544 West Douglas in Wichita. And we've been back and forth a few times on this one. And I just wanted to point out that this property falls within the City of Wichita urban growth area. And so when we started looking at this property and the uses for it, we were instructed actually by the subdivision committee to begin by changing the zoning to the SF20. So this is basically following that plan. If you have any questions, I stand for those.
Okay. Anybody have questions?
Thank
Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Garber, do you represent a proponent or an opponent on this?
I represent the developer, the
developer.
applicant.
I do have a question for you then. So as I'm looking at this map that's up there, I understand that the primary access to this is going to be from 167th Street West. That's so as the homes are built in this area, that's again, it's not platted yet, so we can't see these roads, but that's the intent, is to connect 167th, so that the homes would, I would assume, to build from the west to the east across this property.
Yes.
Last time we talked, we said that when you hit a certain number of homes, that the fire code would require a secondary connection to the neighborhood. And that I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, but most of the opponents were mostly, if I understand correctly, the comments seem to be mostly about traffic to their neighborhood over there on Shade Street and access to property, I should say, the street to the north. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that is. They were mostly opposed to the connectivity.
Right. So it seems to me that they have a vested interest potentially in funding a fire gate there at the place where Shade Street would connect to the neighborhood, if that's still required by the fire department at that point. I understand that there's a possibility that the developer here would potentially connect to the platted area to the south, potentially, and maybe that would solve that secondary connection, and maybe have no need to connect to Shade Street at all. But if there's a desire to connect to Shade Street for the purposes of fire protection or fire safety, so that the fire trucks can get to the homes and that type of thing, it seems to me that a gate would kind of resolve that problem. That, again, if it was paid for by the neighborhood, then that would be a reasonable understanding going forward, that if we approve this today, I would love to have a predetermined, if you will, allowance, that if this neighborhood ever wants to provide a gate that they would pay for, engineer, install, pay for, maintain, that they would always have that option, so that they would always have the ability to decide whether or not this is better for them to have that closed or to have it open. I would not be surprised if people who live in that neighborhood, especially people to the south of that neighborhood, would potentially access their properties from 167th and essentially travel through the neighborhood. Maybe they would not want that gate at the end of the day, but we don't know that right now. But if we were to predetermine today that that would be approved, should they ever want that gate, and they pay for it, have it engineered, installed, and maintained by them, to me, that seems to take all of their arguments away that I can see. And I would like to know your thoughts on whether that would be okay to do that.
Yeah, I believe the reason this was sent back to the Planning Commission was to separate the connectivity as a platting issue from the rezoning. And the rezoning was simply to look at the use of the land. So the preliminary plat was approved by the Planning Commission with the understanding that when the final plat returns, there would be some kind of addressing the connectivity issue. There's been some progress on that, but so far the community to the east has not been interested in paying for a fire gate.
I understand they're not interested right now because they don't want to, take responsibility, maybe, perhaps. But when they see traffic in their neighborhood, perhaps that will motivate them to potentially exercise the option. I guess I'm just saying that for me to get on board with this zone change today, I don't necessarily mind what's being proposed here, with the exception if there ever was a desire to have a gate by that neighborhood, I would like to have that essentially predetermined, that would be approved by governing bodies, that would be fine. If that's what they wanted to do, as long as they paid for it, maintained it, and all that responsibility would be on them.
Can I step in? Sure. And I apologize to butt in. Kirk Sponsel again, Assistant County Counselor. Commissioner Howell, I think that your comments and your view of how this might potentially be resolved could be taken into consideration potentially at the platting stage. But in terms of requiring the applicant to basically acquiesce to outside entities, neighbors, making changes or making improvements on the property in question, I think that probably goes beyond the scope of overlays and requirements, which is kind of what we're focused on today. Once again, I do think it could be taken into consideration for future discussions, but I do believe that's beyond the scope of today's considerations.
I don't know if it's appropriate then or not, but I would love to see him support the idea because we don't have the chance to approve the plat.
I think that they can give probably a scale of interest or of the potential, but I don't necessarily think we can require that of them today.
Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I think that you're asking a question of an individual that has no ability to answer that at this point in time. He does not represent the applicant as far as making different decisions. Second of all, this is strictly a zoning issue. I tried to make that clearer last meeting. I understand that it got screwed up to begin with. And I'd hate to throw one of our staff under the under the bus on anything, but it started at planning. And Scott understands my concern because the front page of the previous staff report had a possible plat. When it was presented to my Citizens Advisory Board, it was presented as a platting case, not as a zoning case. This has been a zoning case from the start. And again, just as the last case, when we're looking at zoning, we don't look at things that are involved in platting. Those get taken care of later on. We look at this as, again, as the highest and best use of property. We look at it as property rights. The owner of this piece of property has the right to develop it as he sees fit. In addition, if you look at the map that's up on the screen right now, you'll see there is already a housing area to the south that is being developed now. The same developer has owned that property, has purchased the property that is just to the west of that. So there are several different options that could come up during platting. Again, we're not considering platting today. We're considering zoning. And as we are considering zoning and we're looking at development, we're looking at economic development, we're looking at what is the highest and best use of this property, and this is what that person that owns this property is asking for, that is our job, is to take a look at that. And our job is not to move forward into the platting process at this time. So I don't see any other comments. At this time, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the findings of the Metropolitan Area Planning Commission, approve the zone change, authorize the chairman to sign the resolution, and authorize the resolution to be published. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second that motion. Is there Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as I said in the previous case, I think that what makes these cases hard is because there's generally two sides that don't really want to give up or move together, and compromise, in my opinion, makes things better. Neither side probably gets exactly everything that they want, but I do think that it helps us find that balance between different property owners. We talked about the property owners of the applicant today, the developer, but these other folks also have property rights, and they've issued their concerns about traffic, and they paid for their streets, and they purchased their properties under the idea that this wasn't going to be. I mean, to connect to a cul-de-sac and put hundreds of how many homes? How many homes of this potentially is going to have?
So with SF20, they can build on lots as small as roughly a half an acre. So it has a potential for approximately 128 homes.
So roughly 120 homes, roughly. And again, I don't think the main access to this is probably going to come from the north. It's probably going to continue to be from 167th. But nevertheless, it is a change. And again, I think that the fire gate, although I understand we can't require it, I get it. But Scott, let me ask you one more question. There have been some cases I've seen where the platting and zoning were coupled. They were the same vote. They did both platting and zoning. So this could be put together as a single consideration, since there is a question about platting, and we can't have the conversation here today.
I am not familiar with those cases. Again, my experience is somewhat limited, so I'd have to go back and check, but I'm not familiar with doing them combined. I see them, the ones that I have seen have been separate.
And I really wish the person who can make the decision today, or pledge, if you will, support to this, would be here in our audience today. If you can't do that, then I'm sad to say that we don't have the right person in the audience to answer the question. I would love to see a compromise, and to me, this is a compromise. And I wish there would be support for a compromise. That's my position. Thank you.
If I may, I guess I would just point out that Shade Street west of Reese was already improved by the owner by my applicant. It was not improved by the by the owners of the lots to the east. And after that, for him to have access, so it's already a public right-of-way to his property line, and he already has access. And after he paid for over $100,000 to improve that street, the neighbor to the north connected his driveway to that street. So there's already possibility, there's already the condition that people are using the streets that they didn't pay for too. So it's hard to turn it the other way, but access will be worked out during the planning process.
While you're up there, sir, just to clarify, he did pay for Shade Street to be improved, and one of the reasons is that he's built his house there.
Right.
And that is the access that he has to get to his home.
Correct.
And if we put a gate up there or mandated a gate, every time he left his house, he would then have to open a gate in order to be able to access a public road.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any other comments? I don't see any, so Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz?
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner?
Aye. Motion carries. Tell your client good luck with the future. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item J, First Amendment to the Government Services Agreement for Animal Control Service and Enforcement by and between Sedgwick County, Kansas and the City of Bentley, Kansas.
Okay, Mr. Kirk Sponsel. This
morning.
is your date in the court today.
Gotta make the most of it. Good morning again, Commissioners. Kirk Sponsel, Assistant County Counselor. The item before you today is a proposed amendment to the current Animal Control Services Agreement between Sedgwick County and the City of Bentley. As background information, in 2016, the Board of County Commissioners approved the development of 3 types of animal control services contracts for Sedgwick County to potentially enter into with second and third class cities within Sedgwick County. The contracts provided 3 options for cities to receive animal control services, including full services, partial services, and then also mutual aid. Sedgwick County and the City of Bentley entered into a full service agreement, which is still active today. Pursuant to the full service agreement, the animal control codes within Chapter 5 of the Sedgwick County Code are enforced within the Bentley corporate city limits. Sedgwick County provides all related enforcement and prosecution services. And as a part of the agreement, Bentley is not allowed to adopt its own animal control regulations. Recently, the City of Bentley approached us to determine if there was a way that they could enforce additional regulations within their city limits. The best way for Bentley to do this and still receive our animal control services would require an amendment to the language of the original agreement. The amendment before you today is intended to allow the City of Bentley the opportunity to enact and enforce additional regulations within its city limits. However, the amendment language clearly indicates that the city's regulations must be stricter than the county's regulations. The city shall be responsible for all maintenance associated with the city regulations. The city shall be responsible for all enforcement and prosecution of violations of its ordinances. And Sedgwick County shall still retain our ability to enforce Sedgwick County violations within the City of Bentley. I would add that I had previously discussed this matter with our animal control, and that the language in the proposed amendment today has been specifically crafted to address 2 comments that were raised by our animal control. First, the City of Bentley will not be able to cherry pick our regulations. All of our regulations will still apply in Bentley. This prevents confusion and allows animal control to continue with a uniform approach to all cities that we serve with full service agreements. And then second, Bentley shall be responsible for all enforcement and prosecution of any additional regulations that they enact. So there will be no additional duties placed upon Sedgwick County's animal controller court. We will not be investigating these cases that arise from their ordinances. We will not be writing tickets based on their ordinances. We will not be impounding animals based on Bentley ordinances, and we will not be prosecuting any alleged violations of Bentley ordinances. All of those duties will fall on the City of Bentley. With that in mind, I recommend that you approve the amendment and authorize the chair to sign, and I also stand for questions.
Thank you, Kirk. I know you had a chance to explain to us as well in a little more deeper conversation, so I appreciate the explanation and the presentation that you summarized nicely. Commissioner Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Give a little bit more background on this issue is that I was contacted by the mayor of Bentley, and he sent some details, some pictures, and some information on why that they were concerned about animal control in their city. And I passed that over to our county councilors, and I appreciate their working on it very diligently. And then we went back and forth several times, and we worked with the city councilors to make sure that the wording was exactly what we needed as we moved forward. So I want to thank the staff here and thank the city of Bentley and their staff for working this issue. They have some significant concerns. I guess I should have brought the videos and the pictures of some of the issues that they're addressing that we can't address through our current regulations. But they have some problems, and this is designed to correct those problems that they've got in their city. So once again, I don't see any other folks that have questions or want to address this issue. I think it's the right thing for us to do. So I make a motion that we approve the terms of the amendment and authorize the chair to sign. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'll second that. Any other questions or comments? This clearly, my only comment is it kind of opens the door for other communities that want to make exceptions, but
That is true. There, as far as I'm aware, we have not taken this approach before. Certainly, there is an opportunity for other communities to do that. But with the way that we've crafted this, we've tried to make it that even if such language were applied to other cities, all the duties would still fall on them, and county wouldn't
the
be.
enforcement and everything else.
Correct.
So thank you for all the work, and thank you, Commissioner Dennis, for working on this as well. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any other comments? Being none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez? Aye. Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell? Commissioner Cruz? Aye. Chairman Meitzner?
Aye. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item.
Item K, update on COVID-19 fiscal response.
Chairman, while Lindsay's making her way to the podium, I just want to make a few brief comments. She has two things to talk today to the commission about today. One is a spending update, which we asked to receive and file for the commission, and the second is the ARPA spending plan. In regard to the ARPA spending plan, as Lindsay has said publicly many times before, we need to think of this in two terms, an internal needs assessment for maintenance of county government function, and then the outreaching or external component of ARPA. Lindsay and other staff have had numerous meetings with public safety officials, Judge Gehring, Mark Bennett, the sheriff, and others over the last couple of weeks. And one thing that became clear is their needs are many and mighty. And we talked about that a little bit yesterday in the staff, and that's kind of where the discussion is going today. There was a little bit of a bombshell dropped yesterday that it looks like we're going to have to look for some type of administrative space for us, for administrative function of the county. We have talked about space needs for years in the county, a lot in the last 4 years, and it looks like with what has happened with COVID and the needs of the courts that this may drive us to that decision. So Lindsay, in her comments yesterday, mentioned administration building again. The good news is we have a lot of plans for that. We are well mature in several options in that regard, but that still, of course, is a commission decision as we move forward. So, and I know Lindsay will emphasize that today. So I just wanted to lay out the groundwork before we got started, and rest assured also, I know Lindsay will cover this, we're in communications a lot with cities, especially City of Wichita. We're trying to open communications with State of Kansas because there's a lot of money flowing in and we need to be coordinated. So rest assured that will happen. So Lindsay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
All right, good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
Lindsay Poruso, your CFO. So Tom kind of took my intro comments. So the first thing we're going to do is talk through the spending plan, or I'm sorry, not the spending plan, our spending update, where we stand today with our COVID spending as we do now on a monthly basis. So we'll cover that. We'll then pause, if that's okay with the commission, and allow you to receive and file that update. Then we will get into the specifics that Tom was just referencing on that spending plan. So to kick that off, again, we had our first expense on COVID on March 17th of 2020. Since then, we have incurred specific expenses related to COVID of $123 million. So this precise number is $123,730,047. The last time I spoke to you, we were at about $119.9 million. So we've had about a $4 million increase in that time. The bulk of that, of course, continues to be supporting the health department in their temporary employment services and also their temporary staff. So you may recall that as of June 30th, we turned off the internal county spending in the general fund for everything but the general, for the health department and emergency management. So going forward, any expenses that we talk about in the general fund will be in those categories unless there's some specific reason, and we'll come to you with that. I am delighted to share with you, and you probably saw, if you had a chance to look at that CARES report that we sent you, we did our fifth quarterly report on CARES. I wish it was final, but it's not quite there. We have now spent or obligated every penny of our CARES funding, which, as a reminder, was $99,636,917. So of that, about $60.8 million went to personnel, to temporary agency staffing, $4 million again for the WSU Molecular Diagnostic Lab stand-up, about $900,000 on additional cleaning services over and above what we typically do anyway, $920,000 on that Family First Coronavirus Relief Act mandated leave, and then about another $1.5 million in just straight personnel costs. We put out another $37.2 million to schools, cities, public health and social service agencies, and businesses. And that was just from the county CARES allocation. So we have nothing remaining of that funding. As we shared earlier this year, our 2020 single audit was perfect. And so no findings or recommendations on that front. So now we simply get to look forward to when the Office of the Inspector General hopefully will just do a desk review and give us an assessment of how they view our finances. So getting substantially down the road to fully wrapping up CARES. We did also, of course, receive Spark spending from the state. That was just under $9.3 million, and as I've reported to you in prior monthly reports, we spent all of that and have been fully closed out with the state. So I'm happy to answer any questions on this. If not, I recommend you just make a motion to receive and file.
Okay, are there any questions for Lindsay on that report? Thank you, Lindsay, again, very thorough. I'll make a motion to receive and file.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz?
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner?
Aye. Your report is received and filed.
Fantastic. Okay, now we'll get to the stuff that I think everyone's anxious to hear about. So we're going to talk about the American Rescue Plan Act, as we affectionately call it, ARPA. So you should all have a PowerPoint handout at your seats, along with a spending plan. We're going to stick to the PowerPoint. That handout, that single-page handout, is simply page 2 from yesterday's presentation with a little more information. So when we are talking about the county's ARPA allocation, we are talking about the funding that we received through a bucket called the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund. And so that had set aside $350 billion to go to states and local governments and tribal governments. That money was to be paid in 2 tranches. We received our first allocation on June 1st of just more than $50 million. We have until December 31st, 2024 to obligate those funds, which means that essentially we can enter into contracts through that date. We have, though, until the end of 2026 to actually make payments on those obligations. So let's say there's some kind of capital expense that we're able to do. We would be able to enter a contract for that by the end of 2024, but that project could be completed and paid out all the way through 2026. So this money is intended to last us for a while, all the way through the rest of 21, all of 2022, all of 2023, all of 2024. So that's why we're not in a huge rush to spend all of it. So you can see on this slide, there are some numbers about how much has come to other governments within the county through this bucket specifically. So the city of Wichita is entitled to $72.4 million. Other cities are getting their funding as a pass-through from the state of Kansas. They're called non-entitlement units, or NEUs is what you'll start hearing a lot about. They get about $13.6 million. So when we look at our allocation, what the city of Wichita receives, as well as what other cities are receiving, there is more than $186 million flowing into our community. Yes, sir.
Yes, thanks for allowing us.
It's actually more than that.
It is.
There is all of the school districts also have money, so there's another, I don't remember the total.
Roughly $89 million.
Another 89 million, so I just wanted to make sure that that was in here.
Yes, and so that's actually coming through a separate bucket. It's education funding over and above even what's coming through this CSLFRF, which is going to be an acronym to learn. So yes, there is significant other funding there. There's also funding coming to Wichita State University, and I'm trying to get a hold of that figure. So at some point I will be able to give you a real grand total number of funding coming in directly to the Sedgwick County. But I will get that for you and give an update next time. So as Tom mentioned, we also know that the state of Kansas received significant funding under this particular bucket of just under $1.6 billion. And so certainly we see opportunities to collaborate and partner with them going forward. So the authorized uses of this funding are what are outlined on this slide here. I think there was some confusion and concern when we had our community survey that went out about the types of examples that we had, but we specifically used examples that came out of the guidance associated with these 4 areas. So again, response to COVID-19 and its negative economic impact, premium pay for what they call essential workers, the cost of government services to the extent we lost revenue. Now, something we're not going to talk about today as a part of this spending plan, but something we will want to consider when we get to the bigger spending plan is that when Hope, our accounting director, did this calculation for lost revenue, we were at $11.4 million in lost revenue for 2020. We could use that funding, and we'll measure this every year. That funding may be used to provide governmental services. We can't use it to shore up our general fund. We can't use it to help with pensions, but we can use it to operate government services. And so that'll be something that we keep on the radar as we get into the bigger, more grandiose spending plan later this year. Finally, we can do investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. As we talk here in a moment on another slide, guidance is coming out that is really kind of putting in some restrictions on how this can actually be used on infrastructure. It's maybe not as broad as we originally thought, but that is something that we know there's tremendous interest in our community from different facets, and so we'll be paying close attention to that. Now, one of the things that has come out of the guidance and the FAQs is some language that we want to be careful to be mindful of. So can we do, a wastewater plant with our funding? Well, yes, but consider the extent to which COVID has produced that impact, and then we need to tailor our response to be reasonably proportional to that. And so hopefully when we get final guidance shortly, we'll understand that better, because I'm not exactly sure how we're going to always do that when we're trying to build back better, which is the term that we were introduced to yesterday. So in terms of the timeline, ARPA was passed and signed into law on March 11th. So that's only 4 months ago. I think it's always interesting to keep that in perspective. Since then, we have had interim final guidance issued on May 10th. We have had 5 rounds of FAQs that have been issued, including one that just came out recently that focused on that infrastructure. In that time, we also held the internal needs survey that went out to departments on May 25th through June 9th. And as Tom alluded to earlier, we've had many meetings with department heads on some of these specific, more urgent issues to try and get something prepared for you today. And then, of course, as we talk about later in the year, we have been doing extensive engagement with the community to try and understand what their needs are. And so right now, that is happening through focus groups, following up on that community needs survey. So one was held yesterday, one will be held this afternoon, 2 are scheduled for tomorrow, and then 2 are scheduled for next Thursday. And those are happening in conjunction with the COVID-19 task force, but engaging cities, schools, tourism type areas, workforce development, small business, all of those things are coming to the table. So we are doing what we can to reach out to those folks. So going forward, we know that there are some urgent needs. We know that court backlog is something we would classify as urgent just because the rules are changing on how quickly courts have to address those issues because it very much impacts people's lives. We aren't going for a full-blown spending plan for the reasons that are listed here in this top bullet, and I want to emphasize these a little bit. First, we do not have final guidance. We have interim final guidance. We should get that guidance by mid-August. That will position us to be able to know exactly what we can and can't do. We also need to understand the full scope of the needs in our community, and we need to also collaborate with our community partners to understand who is best equipped to try and resolve those needs or address them with their funding. And then, of course, we know that ARPA has tons of buckets of funding that are available for specific needs. Everything from growing public health workforce to capital improvements to broadband to mental health and substance use. And we want to make sure we're using those dollars first and then using our funding as kind of a backstop where those other buckets may not be available to help us. We will continue to evaluate these needs through the fall. Our goal is by mid-August to have a report to you on what we are learning from the community needs assessments as well as data collection. We're going to review those results with you and other community partners. Hopefully you are going to be able to establish priorities for us so that we can then work to craft another spending plan to allocate funds to specific uses. Then we will work with our consultants to come up with programs that can be implemented. And the goal is to hopefully get that spending plan and those programs generally understood by the end of this year so that we can do program rollout at the beginning of next year. And of course, we'll get to it later in the process, but the procurement and reporting requirements under ARPA are significantly more challenging than CARES. And we continue to learn more every day about that. So what we want to propose to you today is a 2021 only spending plan. We know that many of these things, as Commissioner Lopez had asked about yesterday, have an impact in 2022 and beyond, but we are focused on trying to move forward with some of these needs, knowing that there are going to be many opportunities to come before the commission before we actually spend money. So the very first thing we want to talk about is the public health response. So the health department, now I will tell you, since we prepared this spending plan, the health department has put together some revised information, and I don't know if Adrian's been able to join us on the line. If she is, she can speak to that. Otherwise, I will tell you roughly what I know. So what we understand is that the health department needs roughly $8 million to maintain their current staffing. Now, Commissioner Lopez, you had asked yesterday if they had additional positions that they had talked to you about included in that bucket. They were not. That would be an additional $800,000 that would be needed, and so we'll get to it later in the presentation. But there is a $2 million contingency for 2021, and this is precisely why we wanted to plug that in, because things like this do come up. So once we have an opportunity to understand that and present that to you a little more, we can talk about whether to create those positions, and that can come as a separate item if necessary. So all told, the request that's on here is $8.9 million. That includes their staffing. It also includes some components of outreach and things that they are needing to do in order to try and drive vaccines up. So, for example, in this bucket, there's about $522,000 that's dedicated to testing, about $7 million for payroll, and then some other incidental expenses for administration, evaluation, and data analysis. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you, Chairman. So our building on 9th Street is in need of some serious renovations. Was that considered at all? We're considering the courthouse space. We're going to spend millions of dollars to renovate this courthouse, but we're in a public health crisis. Where is the consideration with the building that needs to be renovated on 9th Street?
So we do have funding in the CIP for the health department for 2022. I think for this one, we weren't necessarily able to tie that specific need to COVID. And so that was not something that was mentioned as something that was an urgent need that we needed to do right now. That doesn't mean that we can't talk about that, especially since we do have the contingency that's available. We would just need to understand what those needs are and whether we can tie it to COVID.
Thanks.
Okay, so on the public health response, then that addresses the health department component. Obviously, that's a very high priority for the organization as we see Delta continue to cause spikes in our community. Then looking at other areas of the organization, both emergency management and emergency medical services, EMS, mentioned that they needed some logistics support. And when they submitted their budgets, that is something that they need now, as obviously as the pandemic is not easing that much for us. And so this would include costs to cover those logistics through the end of this year. Again, if the need continues to exist in 2022, this is something that we could see as a recurring cost. Within risk management, there has been a request for a single fit test position. So what we have are 3 different machines across the organization that basically allow our first responders to be specifically fitted for their specialty type masks, for example, an N95, to make sure that it is sealed to them and is providing the most protection. And so we have that in health, EMS, and fire. This role would be responsible for coordinating and making sure that's happening everywhere, probably for even doing the the fit tests themselves, as well as some additional responsibilities. And so that would again go through the end of this year, but I would see that potentially as a long-term recurring cost now that we have these machines. For communications, we have an estimate of about $250,000 to continue to try and do vaccine outreach through the end of the year, as well as testing and any other communications. And then finally, on this particular issue, medical services and COVID testing, we do continue to have folks in our custody or in our care who require additional medical services because of COVID or because of COVID testing. And so this would give some additional funding to those folks so that they can continue to do that work that is not included as a part of their base budget. So then moving to a category we're just calling simply county COVID-19 protections. That includes personal protective equipment. So right now we have quite a bit of PPE already that is stored with emergency management, although I know they have long-term concerns about how we're storing that and how we make that available, so we'll need to talk about that later in the year. But we do have an estimate that about $34,000 is needed to make sure that we have enough masks and cleaning supplies and things like that through the end of the year. For cleaning services, we have increased touch point cleaning. We're maybe not doing quite as much cleaning as we were at the height of last year, but we are still doing additional cleaning, and so we would set aside funding through the rest of this year to continue that. We also have some operations costs for COVID-19 response. These are incidental type expenses that you might expect to have in an office for gloves or things like that, where people are trying to protect themselves or their staff. And then county staff remote work. As we continue to allow folks to do teleworking, a lot of folks were using a personal laptop at home maybe to then remote into their county tower unit. That's not likely sustainable over a long term. And so this would be intended to try and give folks either additional technologies or give them software to make in-house versus remote working situation work better. So that all together for this year is estimated at about $611,000. So then we'll talk about those things that really touch the public. The first thing that we see as an urgent need, and this has come up in multiple conversations with commissioners and also with others out in the community, is a community navigator program. So there are a lot of resources that are out there. In fact, Akeem just mentioned some of them at the beginning of this meeting. The idea would be that in the short term, we would try and use this as a business tool to understand maybe why people who are unemployed aren't going back to work, to try and get that situation changed. We also, though, want to stand up a community navigator program where maybe a citizen can call in or a business owner can call in and say, I need help with this, help me find a resource. And then this community navigator program would put them in touch with someone who can help them find resources. We likely would potentially want to farm this out to some entities in the community who are experts on resources already. We are not the experts on what resources are out there to everyone. And so if the commission wanted to do this, this would have to go through an RFP process where folks would have to tell us this is what we can do and this is the cost it would be. And so there would still be an opportunity for the commission to engage and understand this better, but this would allow us to get that process started. Then we'll move to the big one, court backlog and public safety. So you heard the deep dive information yesterday from all of our public safety partners. So this slide represents the same information from yesterday, but just in a much smaller format. What I want to dive into a little bit is the facilities component. So when we talked with these folks, what we understood is there is an intense need for judges, for staff, for judicial deputies, for folks to make this work. While we heard from all of them that longer-term solutions, and I think this echoes Commissioner Cruz, what you have been talking about lately, there needs to be other things in the system. This is to address what is already there with the backlog that the DA and the courts spoke to. And so what we realized through that discussion is we had some options, but those options didn't really work for what the sheriff would have to do in order to safely transport inmates. So when I say options, I mean just using leased space as a short term. But the problem becomes the short-term solution. For example, the finance suite on 8 is a lot of offices and cubicles. That is prime courtroom space. It's not a temporary thing to shut down those offices and turn it into a courtroom and then have us move back in 2.5 years, hopefully when this backlog is resolved. It is not necessarily a good option to move some parts of county administration out and leave others here and lease space for the courts, because that creates additional security spaces or security concerns in the leased space where those courts would go. It creates those challenges for the sheriff as he's trying to move inmates. And so that is why we came to the concept of an administrative building, because what we have learned is that ARPA can pay for that short-term lease while we are displaced to basically make room for the courts. It's because of the court backlog. We also understand that ARPA can pay for the remodel of this building's space into court space. And so those were some significant pieces of an administrative building discussion before of some additional cost that I know caused everybody concern. So what we see as the most efficient way to do this in the quickest time frame, recognizing that the court backlog needs to begin happening soon, and space is the primary holdup. We actually asked that question at our last court backlog discussion, and making sure these judges and these attorneys have a place to work is the domino that needs to fall. The idea would be to move all of us out of county administrative space in this building as quickly as possible into a leased space and begin renovating this building with the idea that there would then be construction for an administrative building. We have talked through what that looks like. I think the last time we talked about an administrative building, part of that discussion was demolition of the annex and building on that site. That does create some logistical issues with the urgency here, because to move the DA into space that the court needs as a short-term solution while that's demolished creates its own challenges. And so potentially needing to move off-site is something that we see as a practical way forward that addresses these needs. So what you can see here then are the costs associated with what ARPA can cover. Now, the administrative building, the last time we talked about it, I think had a price tag of around $45 million. But that was a very different setup, I think, than what we would potentially be talking about here. So what still needs to occur is what the commission would see as an appropriate way to potentially do an administrative building. All of this, though, because of ARPA, just because we say it on here, does not necessarily mean that the commission is authorizing the expense. Because of the way we do our work, we will have to go through an RFP or an RFB process, proposal if we're looking for a solution, bid if we're looking for the best value for a project that we can define. That would still need to go through an evaluation committee, that would come through bid board, and that would come to the commission. So this allows us to start work on that. It doesn't authorize the actual expenditure. I just want to be very clear about that, because process is going to be huge for ARPA. So we also have on here, I didn't get into this much yesterday, but we do have a construction manager position. We simply don't believe that the project services staff, with everything else on their plates, also has the capacity to take on this project. And so we would have a person that would do solely this work that would be brought on. So then another huge item is premium pay. So I want to spend a little bit of time on this too. So when we first heard about premium pay, we thought that would be maybe a forward-looking type way that we could use the funds. We have since learned that that is not the intent of premium pay. Premium pay is intended by the Treasury to be given to those employees who are performing essential work, who were exposed during the height of the pandemic, to give them additional compensation, to say thank you, and potentially to be used as a retention tool to thank those employees for continuing to stick with us even as that exposure was there. So this is intended to be hourly pay on top of what employees earned. We are looking at the pandemic terms for when we had local health orders. And so that is mid-March of 2020 to mid-March of 2021. And we can talk about what those specific dates are. Yes, sir.
Is this for current employees?
Yes,
only?
current employees
so
only.
Currently still with Sedgwick County?
Yes.
Are eligible to receive this?
Correct.
Okay, so if we have an employee that comes back, that left the organization, they reapplied today, they get hired, they would be eligible for that?
That would be a question we would need to ask the consultants. I would assume that that's a policy decision that the commission can make, but I would want to understand the federal rules before I promised you that one way or the other.
Okay, that's probably something we need to consider.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, so look again, it would be for the period of the local public health orders that we would look at, folks. It is eligible employees who were exposed. So that means they had to be required to come to work. For example, I was not required to come to work. I was here, but I was not required to do that. I would not qualify. I wouldn't qualify for many other reasons, but just as an example, just explaining that. So those folks, in order to qualify, had to have had regular in-person contact or regular handling of items that others handled. So for example, mail would be something where others had handled it, and so they were touching things that had germs, right? And so you could get COVID that way. The law itself places a cap on how much an employee can earn per hour and maximum. The law's caps are $13 per hour and $25,000 per employee. And it also requires that any employee who, by virtue of getting this premium pay, would be at 150% or more of basically our typical salary for a year in our community. We would have to have specific justification for each of those employees. And so there's some numbers on here just to give you context. The median annual salary for our community is $59,597. So at 150%, that's $89,396. Now that seems like a lot, but I would tell you that in some departments, we have folks who work significant overtime, and so that is at time and a half, and so it is fairly easy to see how many of our employees could quickly get to that amount if they were working a lot of hours during the pandemic. So before I move off of this, yes, sir.
Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you. I don't have a problem with this at all. I guess my question is implementation as we move forward. Say I've got an employee today that says, wow, I'm going to stick around just long enough to get this, and the day after I get it, I'm going to resign. Do we have any way that we can incentivize them to stay?
That's a great question. So what we are looking at now is if the commission has support for this, we would have a webinar with our department heads next week to basically give them a tool for them to go and evaluate all of their employees with this. Hopefully within a couple of weeks, they could get that information back to us. And the goal would be then to do 2 payments of premium pay to eligible employees, one in September. If we can get all the data back, that all depends on departments being able to produce that information back quickly, all the attestations that people were on site, as well as payment in December. And so half and half in September, half in December. The goal would be that to get us hopefully to January, when we know that those reclassifications that were included in the budget that was presented last week, as the commission supports those would go into effect January 1st. So hopefully this could be a tool to help us retain folks, and then hopefully have that compensation piece and some of those other things that Tom has been talking about for employee retention strategies in place. So this would hopefully be a bridge for those folks, if that answers the question.
Okay, well, and then just one other point. Again, I don't have a problem with $15 million, but it looks like we're going back to the way that we did CARES. And I've spoken about this a couple times, that I don't know what kind of missed opportunities that we have when we just start putting a bucket here and say we're going to spend that money for something, because there may be something, behavioral health, something going on in the jail, something going on in public safety that's critical. And I just don't know what kind of missed opportunities we have. That's why I've said a couple times, I love the way that we do our annual budget each year, because we get a lot of experts together. They look at decision packages. We throw things out, we add things in, and we come up with ways that we spend the money, you know. And to just suddenly, again, go back to the COVID way of doing things and say we just dumped this bucket of $15 million in without looking at all of these missed opportunities, it kind of worries me a little bit.
Understood. And I will tell you the reason we did this is because there are some areas of the organization that we know are really hurting. We hope that the reclassifications will help stem some of that. We don't know that it will stem all of it, and so we considered this an urgent need just because we really want to try and keep those folks here for now. But I mean, absolutely, we share your concerns. This is 3.5 years worth of funding, and we're putting 15% of it in this alone. So totally understand your concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of questions here. Why did they pick the date March of 2021 as the end date for this window?
That was the date that the local public health order ended. And so when we are having to justify our time frame, which we will be required to justify, and we'll get into that here in a few more slides, those were the dates that when we spoke with our consultants, they thought that that would be something that could be easily justified because that was the date where we had that urgency happening in the community.
Okay. We'll chew on that one. But with this $89,000 threshold, does that mean that people who are above that would be disqualified from receiving some assistance here?
We are not, that would be a policy decision for the commission. We are not proposing that we would do that because we feel like those folks, even though they may have earned more, we're working the hours and we're exposed. And so we do think we could have the justification for that.
And so again, I'm trying to figure out how this works. You say it's $13 per hour. That's a maximum
That's a
allowed.
statutory max, and if it's okay, can I speak to that real quick? 'Cause it might inform your question. So we would, if you think back to when we did COVID stipends or hero pay, roughly a year ago, we focused on those areas of the organization that were essential and those areas that had to come and maybe either were front-facing and so interacting with the public a lot, or had to be here but were rear-facing, so maybe we're slightly, the word we've heard is cloistered, so maybe they weren't exposed to the public as much, but they were exposed to their colleagues. And so we would look at most likely putting in a cap. Because of that, when we did those COVID stipends, nearly 1,400 employees got that. If you think about how many hours folks work between in a 1 year period, if you're an office worker, you're at 2,080 hours. If you take 2,080 times $13 an hour times 1,400 employees, and then you throw in the fact that we have to pay payroll taxes on every single dollar, anywhere from 25 to 35%, you are quickly up to $45 to $50 million. So what we would propose doing is putting a cap of $10,000 on the grand total. We wouldn't necessarily, and we would look at doing a tiered approach for essential employees. So if you were fire or you were detention and you were frontline dealing with the public, going out to calls, didn't have a choice, maybe you would get a higher amount per hour than someone who maybe does sit in an office and has to handle mail, but has very limited contact with other folks. Maybe those aren't worth the same amount per hour. And so that's how we would tackle it. We're trying to work on scenarios now with our consultant to try and get some dollar estimates based on the folks that were here and what essential work looks like.
So on the county side, who's developing, if you will, a strategy on how to be fair and equitable to our employees? I mean, on the county side, who's developing the thoughts and strategy on how this should be done?
So we have had conversations with the leadership team, but I will tell you that we are relying very heavily on our consultants because of the interpretation of what is eligible work, what is essential work under the federal rules. And then we are giving departments through this webinar that I mentioned the opportunity to make their case. And then basically we will vet that with our consultants to make sure that it's valid or not valid, to make sure that we're protected. And then depending on how the commission wants to do it, we can bring that back to the commission for approval. We can give that to the leadership team, or however the commission would like that process to work out. We can be very flexible.
So I think the consultants, again, their primary focus is probably what's legal. Make sure you don't cross that line of legality here. But as we try to develop, if you will, a strategy on how to do this, and again, I support the idea on the front end here, but there's going to be some challenges. For example, going back to the EMS for just a moment, paramedics get some pay, the EMTs are not getting it. That creates some friction in the organization, and that type of thing happens out there. Someone says, I didn't quite make the cutoff, or someone else who's maybe here less time than I am, and they got more money than I did. And I mean, those types of things can happen.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm a little concerned about compression and equity and people maybe not making the cutoff, and maybe their colleagues getting something that they're not getting. This maybe could, again, we're trying to reward people and help people, but this could also cause some discontent if we don't do it well. So I'm just concerned how we develop this. We're very thoughtful that we make sure we are helping people rather than causing discontent as we try to help them.
Commissioner, we've had several meetings on this already, and I'll tell you, it is you're exactly right. You get into a lot of really tough discussions. I would hope and I would think that the staff would present to the commission a couple of scenarios, but the commission has the authority to manage and monitor that. Even when we did Hero Pay a year ago, that discussion comes up. And we've had preliminary discussions, and as Lindsay has laid out, we're kind of identifying two tiers: those that were on front line, on call, out on the streets. That's easy. It gets harder when you get down to the cloistered groups, and it gets even harder when you get down to groups who worked some of the time and remoted some of the time. So those are the kinds of discussions and challenges in this kind of scenario. I would hope that the commission would allow the staff to bring something back, and then the commission make the final decisions on whether they approve that or not. I hate to put you in that chair, but I think that's the fairest way, is to bring it back to the people and let the people decide. So.
I agree. I think everything you said is right, and again, I support this without having the details. It sounds like something I'd like to support, but I guess I'd like to have some employee, across the spectrum, bring in some employees and have them help us figure out what they can anticipate, managers, directors, employees, have them anticipate how this might be perceived and received. Because I don't know there's going to be any one strategy that's going to make everybody happy here. And I think that this is it's a great thing to do, but I also see this can cause a lot of frustration. So I'm worried about how this is going to be interpreted and received by everyone.
Understood, and we totally share your sentiments and concerns.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cruz?
Thank you. Along those lines, I think it's important for us to tell the real story around how this money is going to be spent. We need to tell, I'd like for you guys to communicate exactly what's the process for this. I don't think we can over-communicate how we've come to this decision, what the time frame is, who will be considered. Let's just lay it all out so that it's crystal clear, so we can eliminate any confusion. And this is the way that we have developed allocating $15 million, 15% of the money we're going to receive, to our employees. I think that's a huge message to show our support to them, and let's not let it get muddied and muddled by what could happen and how it could be perceived. So we have to do a good job of making sure our employees know that this is a transparent process. We are doing our due diligence to make sure this is fair and equitable across our organization, and that's our job, to communicate that and to over-communicate it so things like he has just mentioned don't happen. Can we assure that will happen?
We will do everything we can.
Okay, I appreciate that. I know you guys work hard. I know that you do things in the most, you try, especially when it comes to, Lindsay, I know that you are like on top of all this money and try to do it in the best way and allocate it in the best way possible. So I want to make sure that we're really communicating that to our communities so that there isn't any confusion around how we came to giving $15 million, 15% of this money to employees.
Understood.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, so that takes care of the biggest costs, but now we're going to talk about an area that is clearly near and dear to my heart, as near and dear as federal grant funding ever can be to a heart, and that is management of these funds. So what we have learned with CARES is how much we don't know. We have gotten really smart. I'm really proud of our team. But with all that ARPA is going to roll out to us, we know that we are going to continue to need some significant support. And so what you see on this top line, again, in the interest of being very transparent, is our request to you for support for us in finance to make sure this happens well and to try and protect the taxpayers from having to repay a dime over the long run. So what we would like assistance with is all of the reporting, and I'm going to bore you with a few slides here in a second on that. We're going to talk about, I'm just being honest, we're going to talk about project management. We have heard from the, and we'll brief commissioners on this, we have gotten our after action review back on CARES. One of the large things that stood out to me is the burnout of our current staff. These people are very valuable. We could not have done CARES. I could not have done any of this over the last year without them. We very much want to keep them. And so we have engaged Wood O'Brien's to give us a project manager this time to take some of that administrative load off of their shoulders. We also have an ARPA grant analyst, Anissa, who's here in the audience, who's helping us do a lot of the logistical work to try and take some of that load off of our staff who are doing their full-time jobs plus this. We also need additional grant training because, again, the federal rule book that applies to this is much more strict than CARES. We know that we need support with our needs assessment and the focus groups that are happening this week, the facilitation there. We know that we will want their help with developing compliant programs and figuring out how to roll those out, how to train people on the front end this time so they know what they're walking into. We also know that we want help with trying to do all this internal stuff that we're talking about, the court backlog and all of those things. We need support to make sure we're doing it correctly. So we also have a grant management system that we were able to use CARES for. We would like to continue to be able to have a system like that for ARPA. When we do begin doing program management, we want to get that stood up sooner rather than later. You do see a few positions within finance that we are requesting. The first, of course, is the grant analyst. You all obviously already authorized us to fill that position, for which I am very grateful. But we also, in the 2022 recommended budget, have a grant administrator position. We would like to request your approval to fill that early, to use ARPA, and have that role be dedicated solely to ARPA. Again, that CARES After Action report shared with us that we have some policies and procedures that we need to have in place this time before we start really spending money. So we would like that position to be brought on to do just that work. And then they would turn into an organization-wide asset as of January 1st. We also know that if we're going to be doing all of these RFPs and RFBs, we already have purchasing buyers and technicians with full-time jobs, and they're going to need a little bit of support to get all of this logistical work done. And so we would like to bring on a position for that. Then under CARES, we were able to contract actually with WSU to give us some accounting students who did some phenomenal work helping us prepare documentation. So we would like to continue that in some form. Obviously, we'll have to go through an RFP to get that service, but we would like that same type of model. And then finally, we know that HR, just based on the sheer volume of positions we're hearing about and the fact that health continues to need COVID positions, we want to give them a recruitment specialist to help us get all of these positions up and running. So, and then I apologize. We do, as I mentioned earlier, have a $2 million contingency that we have included, although it sounds like we may already have some projects in the running for those funds. So when we look at all of this, again, we have $50.1 million in the bank. We would like to allocate potentially $37.98 million through this. You can see the biggest chunks occur in public health response, which, to be honest, probably would occur anyway, whether we had ARPA funding or not. We know that those continue to be needs that are on our shoulders through the end of the year. We have the county COVID-19 protections, same story there. Community navigators is not something that we would have to do, but certainly there's an urgent need, and since we don't have programs stood up right now, we'd like to help connect our citizens with those resources that are out there. Court backlog and public safety. While certainly the building component is something that I think is not something that obviously would be required, I do think the other court backlog needs that we've heard are probably necessary regardless of whether we had ARPA or not. We've had the conversation about premium pay, and we'll, based on what Tom has shared, we'll bring that back to you. But this gives us some parameters to work in as we're trying to craft some options for your consideration. The ARPA management, the contingency, all comes into that number. So, before we move too far off of this, I want to again reiterate that there are process requirements that are required under ARPA that were not required under CARES that we must comply with. So these next 3 slides come from the website that's actually linked here. This is a PowerPoint that was prepared by Treasury. Again, the Office of the Inspector General is overlooking all of this. They have created a recovery office specifically to monitor this at the federal level. So we know that they're taking this very seriously. So do we. So what we need to do is by August 31st of this year, we need to provide an interim report on where we stand with our spending. We may have a plan, but we haven't spent a penny, so this will be a pretty short report. Project and expenditure reports will be due quarterly. And then finally, the thing that this commission will need to adopt each year and report is a recovery plan. This is very different than CARES. And so what this will have to talk about is, what are we trying to achieve with the programs that we're setting up? What are those projects? And then I really want to emphasize this third bullet on the far right, performance and evidence information. If we are using evidence-based programs, we have to provide evidence. We have to provide performance measures on everything we're doing. Where did we stand before? What do we hope to achieve with this? And how do we actually perform over time? Because the federal government, rightly so, has given us this money and wants to make sure that we're getting something out of it. And then finally, the bullet there is promoting equity. And so there is consistent language throughout the guidance that we need to look at those particular portions of the population that have been the most disadvantaged because of COVID, and making sure that we're structuring programs for them. And so there will be demographic information that we're required to report. We'll need to be able to show how we came to the understanding that there's a need and how this is proportionate to fix that need. We also have the fun this time of reporting every expense, not just as a project, but then within one of 66 expenditure categories. And so everything we do will be classified in these buckets. And likewise, because we're reporting on behalf of anyone who gets money from us, all of them will be required to do this exact same thing. And so that just needs to be understood that that is coming. And then again, all of the full federal rule book applies. So everything about uniform guidance, everything about procurement, the subrecipient monitoring, what we have to require from our subrecipients, people who get money from us, will be intense. More intense even than it was for CARES. And so we want everyone to understand that. We will be requiring a lot more from departments as they seek funding, and we will be requiring more from anyone who gets funding from us down the road. So kind of a depressing end to that conversation, but also very important. So what questions can I answer? If you don't have questions, then I recommend you approve a spending plan with the understanding that we'll bring back either the significant purchases or the premium pay back to you for final vote before it's actually expended.
Commissioner Lopez?
Okay, thank you for all of this. I know this has been must have been a ton of work to put all of that together, but I do have some concerns. So I really see this money as a way to help our community recover, and then also, I mean, the slogan is to build back better, right? And so my concern is if we are dedicating, I mean, this first year alone, almost $38 million to internal county stuff that we've needed for a while, and then estimated another $20 million for the 22 through 24 timeframe. That's over half of the money that we're receiving. And I understand that we have needed court space and all of that. I get that, and I know that we are in desperate need of a lot of these things that we're discussing. But I had a meeting with Tim Norton, and it was not about this, but it came up that he had a building for an admin building in mind in 2006 and was almost there. So, I mean, this is a need that's been ongoing. And my biggest concern is that we are going to use this money that I really feel like should be moving our community as a whole forward to, helping us fix a problem that's been ongoing for so long, and that, we've had chances to fix in the past. And so that's really my biggest concern, is just taking over half of it for internal use. And then also, what else did I have? I don't know. I can't remember now. But that's pretty much my biggest concern here with this plan as it is. And maybe it is the right way to go. It very well could be the right way to go. But I also don't know if we haven't heard the full everything back from these surveys we've put out. I'm uncomfortable allocating over half of the money before we've even had that conversation. I think it's got to be looked at as a whole and not saying over half of it's already gone. You know, that's just where my thinking is on this.
So I would maybe give you two considerations. One is if the commission does decide that an administrative building is the right way to solve this issue, it doesn't mean that ARPA has to be how we do that. We do have debt capacity to do some of that. We do have some fund balance, although you guys know how I feel about that. So there are opportunities to look at a solution that doesn't necessarily use ARPA funds. The other thing I want to make sure that we emphasize is how many other buckets of funding are out there. And because we're allocating this funding to this does not mean that those other things are forsaken. We still very much want to go after those other funding areas for mental health and substance abuse and, community public health. Those are priorities that we've heard from the commission, and we fully understand that those are things. But to be fair, nothing's guaranteed. We don't know that that money is in the bank like we do this. So your concerns are well taken.
And then for the other buckets of money that we're going to potentially be able to tap into those, I mean, when will we have an idea of realistically what we can get and what it will be used for? Because I think having that understanding is going to really help guide us in the funds that we receive. Because if we can't use it for what we think, our biggest priorities are, then we do have to change a lot of this.
Absolutely. So what I'm hearing is that through the late summer and early fall is when those programs will start to be rolled out. Now, many of those have a longer shelf life than ours. Some of those are through 2025, some are through 2026. So we may not see some of those programs even this year. It may still take a while for them to push those out. We are working, we have internal staff dedicated to looking at those resources. We also have 2 of our consultants who are tracking that information and sharing it with us routinely. That is why we have been able to get our grant analyst opportunities, because now we have capacity to go after those. So as soon as we know anything, we will tell you. And we will have to send applications through the commission, obviously, before they're made. So you will have full notice of everything that we're going after.
Okay. And, I'm really happy that we're looking at how we can pay back a lot of our staff here. I think that's really important that we prioritize our employees here and that they realize that that we value them and we see everything that they've had to go through, and we're going to make that such a priority going forward. So I am really happy to see that, and the grant analyst and administrator, I hope we can do that, because I think we're just leaving so much money on the table if we don't have some of that. So I appreciate those things. Thank you.
Commissioner Cruz?
Thank you, Chairman. When does this decision have to be made? What is the drop dead date for us to decide this right now?
There is no drop dead date. The issue becomes that we know that the court backlog issue in particular is something that the state court, and maybe Mike can speak to this if he wants to. I'm catching him cold. But we know that there were some delays and things that were built into the state's court rules, basically, for lack of better terms. And so those are starting to get accelerated. And so I would say those tend to be a little more urgent. The premium pay, we label as an urgent issue again, just because we're trying to close that gap between now and January. I would say the ARPA management is probably something that I would request your approval of imminently. But the rest are decisions that the commission can make. We have funding available to continue to support the health need as necessary. So
I too have a little bit of a concern with a couple of things, because as the largest provider of mental health here in Sedgwick County, there's not really anything listed for ComCare. So that's my number one issue. My second issue would be, I understand the court backlog, but we are changing our whole system for a backlog that will be resolved eventually. And so how long do we think that this court backlog will take to resolve? And then what happens when it is resolved and we have a bunch of courtrooms that we've built for the backlog that are now done?
So the numbers we have been given so far span through 2023. And so I have not asked the specific question of how long it will take to address the backlog, but based on the information that's been provided, I'm assuming at least through 2023. In terms of what we do with the courtrooms after that, I know that there are plans that the district court has. I don't know if Tanya would feel comfortable discussing those, or if that's something we can follow up with you on after we have a chance to circle back. I know that they haven't necessarily fully fleshed out the plan for how this building would look and then what that would mean for the future. So that's something we can probably get back to you.
Okay. So yesterday there was quite some discussion around specialty courts, around a veterans court, around a mental health court. And so I am supportive of programs like that, because essentially what we need to do is get people out of our court systems. It's like saying, let's build a bigger jail, when we should be getting people out of our jail, and finding programs for prevention that will help us reduce the cost to the taxpayer, because we know exactly what it costs to put people through our jail and put people in our court system. So voting on this today, I'm essentially, if we're gonna put $7 million into renovating this space, I'm essentially saying, okay, I'm approving an admin building, and I don't even know what that costs. So I would really like to take just a step back for maybe a week to discuss that, because what would it cost? The numbers that we've heard before, $30 million. I mean, I report to the people of this community, and I need to be able to explain why I want to spend $30+ million of their money to build a admin space. So that's a real question that I can't answer right now, that I'd like some help to really understand fully what we're getting ourselves into, understanding the urgency, understanding the need. But that's where I'm kind of at today. So I think that was all of my questions. Oh, the surveys. Are we going to be able to see those results?
Yes, we are. We have received a report from Witt O'Brien's. We are going to package the survey data plus the focus group data and give that to you, but there's no reason we can't give you the survey data now if you'd prefer to have it now.
Sure. I'd just like to see, I was pushing it and getting people to take it, so I'd really like to see what it says.
Absolutely. No problem.
I think that will help me craft exactly, how I should be voting to spend this money, because I've heard from citizens. So, Lindsay, I appreciate your time and the work that you've put into this. You sent us this at 6:51 on a Friday night, so I know that you're working
I don't have a
long
life.
hours
It's fine.
continually. So thank you for that. I'd like to hear from other commissioners how they feel.
Commissioner Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, thank you, Lindsay. I appreciate it. As we're looking at our employees, we're looking only at the forward-facing employees. And as we reflect back on COVID, I'd get an email from Lindsay at 9 o'clock at night, and her staff was working to get her that information to provide to us. Our HR department hired hundreds of people, and we're working overtime in order to be able to do that. So I don't know how that we can reconcile those folks too, to make sure that we recognize the efforts that they went through. I think you're looking forward on this ARPA management and finance. That helps, but I don't know how to tell you thank you for what you did for the past year.
That works.
So that's one of my concerns. The other one, as we're looking forward, you've given us a spending plan for $38 million. And so that leaves us about $12 million out of that $50 million that we've got right now. One of the things that I mentioned when we had our last en banc is that there's a lot of money coming into Sedgwick County. And maybe we need some en bancs to see what we can do to maximize all of that money coming in. What different things should we be funding? What different things should Derby be funding? What different things should Wichita be funding? What different things should the school districts be funding? We can't do it all, but if we all work together, we can do a much better job of it. So I hope we take a look at least at that last $12 million we've got sitting there and make sure that we are working together as a community to make the community better. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of questions. So I see on the list here, $120,000 for leased space while the construction's going on.
Right, it would house commissioners, manager, counselor, finance, anyone who's been displaced from this building into that temporary
But
space.
the $7 million is for the courthouse remodel. So
Right.
so that $7 million is to create spaces for the courts and the DA and whatever. Where's the space for the admin of this building? What's the future space of them? Again, this isn't going to cover that.
Right, this will not cover that. That would have to be something that we would deal with through the CIP. And so, if you recall, in the 2022 recommended CIP, we moved the admin building out and instead focused on remodeling existing space. So that was kind of the first place that we went with this ask was, can we stick with that plan? Maybe just accelerate it. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it's going to be workable, just based on the sheer volume of folks who have to be displaced under this proposal. And so we would have to deal with that through debt. And just in case that question did come up today, based on the 2022 recommended CIP, we have debt capacity. Remember, we have 5 measures under the debt policy. The policy that would place the greatest amount of restriction on us would allow us to issue, and I'm not encouraging this, but would allow us to issue up to $117 million in additional debt and still be within our debt limit ratios, which again have been vetted and approved by our credit rating agencies.
I know we have plenty of debt capacity. It's never been my concern here, but one thing I talked about last time we talked about admin building is I think we need to I wish we could go back and redo our space needs study. We've done a lot of things. The jail has new space. The DA has new space. The sheriff has new space. The question is, I don't know if we really understand exactly what our needs are. Now, and arguably, the courts have some space needs. I think that's true. But you talked about a minute ago trying to move inmates out of this building to someplace off-site. That's obviously not a great idea. But I'd say about 50% of what happens in this building is in the civil side. It doesn't have anything to do with criminal cases. So if you're on the civil side, people could appear at courtrooms that don't happen to be in this building. That's actually an option. So again, a space needs study, in my opinion, would be very important. And if the courts need space right now, even if you were to approve this plan, it's years away. And this, you're talking about, immediate backlog issues. This is not going to solve the backlog issues in a reasonable way. This is an opportunity, perhaps, but it's not going to solve the backlog issue in a timely fashion. So if we really have, and I looked at this handout you gave yesterday. There's a lot of staff he wants to hire. I still have concerns about hiring staff under a temporary revenue stream. I think there's concerns there. I don't know what happens when we get caught up and we run out of money. What happens to these staff? I don't know what happened. To me, that's a question that needs to be resolved still. I have that question. The reality is, if we have a backlog, we want to deal with this. I would say to create spaces and courtrooms wherever we need to deal with it and move the civil side out. We do a space needs study here in this building to find out what's the best plan forward. I don't want to do this in a hurry. I know we've had plans in the past, but those are old plans at this point. And I think we need to maybe start again. We have new commissioners. We have a lot of things have changed. I think that old space needs study is not applicable. And me personally, I'm not really in favor of just dusting off the old plans and raising 2 stories of DA offices to replace it with a 5-story building. I don't think that's the right answer. I think the CAB boards ought to get involved in that. The public ought to get involved in that. I think there's a lot of other things I've talked about in the past, possibly. City and county talked about, merging functions together. We could use their meeting room for our meetings, and we could share space. We could move county and city governments closer together, move their municipal courts into some of our spaces. That's never been discussed seriously, but I think that should be on that plan. It should be discussed again. Just because we have money in front of us doesn't mean we should rush to a solution here, because even if we did, it's years away. So I'm not really, again, so if we approve this today, we're going to receive and file. Are we approving some type of spending that's built? You talk about we're doing something today that isn't approving the full plan, but we're doing something in terms of we're initiating some spending here. Please explain that.
So what I would tell you is let me back up. If you approve this plan as is today, it will set in motion the work to potentially post positions, to begin an RFP that we would issue for various services, whether it be community navigators, leased space, whether it be for design and engineering for architectural costs associated with designing an administrative building. It would be setting in motion all of those things. For anything but a position, we know that ARPA requires RFPs or RFBs, competitive procurement, all of those things. And so this allows us to begin that work. It doesn't automatically mean we're committing that expenditure today. Same thing with premium pay. Based on the discussion, this allows us to go and create models that we will bring back to the commission. If we don't necessarily have that approval, we're going to sit tight on anything that's not approved until we can get your questions addressed and bring back a spending plan that you're comfortable with.
And a follow-up question, it's $120,000, that's per year, correct?
Yes.
So we don't know what that number would be, because it might be multiple years to get this.
It would, although I would tell you what Wood O'Brien's has suggested so far is that we would have about a year where it is eligible under ARPA, because this is an urgent need. We're classifying it as an urgent need. We're saying it's because of the court backlog. So if we, I would not recommend necessarily using ARPA if we take an alternative process.
I haven't looked at any community options, because that's really not my business, but I understand there's like 1 million square feet of office space available in this community. I think there's a lot of options for us to find spaces for, again, I don't mind moving out of this building, that's totally fine. I think we can move the admin out and find them spaces and maybe move forward with some type of remodeling in this building, but I don't think that's really, I think it has nothing to do with this backlog, other than we're just using ARPA money for an opportunity. And it is what it is, that's just my personal opinion, but, all right, well, thank you for the presentation, and thank you, Chairman.
Commissioner Cruz?
Chairman, if it's the most appropriate time, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay. Well, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Please. Lindsay, page 12 of your presentation is a quick summary of the $37 million consideration right now. From what I saw yesterday, court backlog and public safety is essential. I think everything about premium pay, $15 million, is get those wheels in motion with meeting with everybody, and the ARPA management of $751,000. Those three seem to be urgent, and is there others that's real urgent?
I think the public health response probably, just because of even if there are only components of that, I would.
Health department, right. Well, I just wondered if some of the commissioners want to still get more information about other stuff, but we don't have a meeting next week. I think if we wait into August, we're going to be pushing stuff, especially on premium pay, and we're telling the courts and the public safety, well, we heard you yesterday, but we're going to wait a couple weeks. It's just not something that I think is responsible from our perspective. But with that, I'll let Commissioner Cruz make a motion.
So I think that in regards to $9.8 million, I did hear and understand all of our court professionals yesterday, and I think I can get there to support it. I just have some questions in regard to the admin space, which is a trickle effect of this money. And so for me personally, I would like a little bit more information as far as what does this lease space include? Does it include technology to run our I mean, there are ancillary costs of moving us out of here because we have to broadcast. So is that cost put into the lease space?
It would not. My understanding would be that the city has offered their use of their room potentially for us to have meetings if necessary. And so that probably would be an option. We would look to them to see if they could help us with that in the short term.
Commissioner, I've got just a couple things. I think that it is absolutely prudent to have an admin building talk in a workshop setting and spend some hours on that, because there's a lot of moving pieces to that. Unfortunately, next Tuesday, staff is redistricting, and that's also very important for the commission. We need to keep that moving ahead. So I don't want to delay it, but I do think we ought to have the discussion about admin building again and sit in the big room and invite the judge and the DA and put a flip chart up and just begin and have Tanya lead the presentation and have that discussion. Again, I think that's prudent because you're exactly right. One leads to the other in this matter. So that's one thing I'm thinking of, is just some way we could have a more casual discussion of admin building. Then to Commissioner Dennis's point, I think that en bancs are a good idea. I know there is a committee meeting involving all cities of Sedgwick County invited to come talk about ARPA, and that is on July 27th. So I'd kind of like to see how that goes, and then depending on what happens at that meeting, maybe set up an en banc. I don't know that we've ever done, not that I remember, maybe Mike does, but I don't think we've ever done an Uber en banc to where you have City of Wichita, Sedgwick County, and invite other governments to the table. And that would be a big table. We'd have to plan that a little bit. But this might be the time to do that because we've got all this money coming in. Invite the school district to that discussion and just talk openly about stresses and concerns of the community as we go forward regarding allocation of these dollars. I do agree with Lindsay. Time is of some of the essence on this, but I think we can talk about admin building. I really like the community navigators because communication, you mentioned this before, is just so important. I would really like to move forward with that. I don't know. I mean, we can pick and choose on this. I wish we had a meeting next week. We do not. It's the last meeting of the month, and we have a staff already spoken for. I hate to wait 2 weeks. Whatever the will of the commission is, but I'm hearing you on discussing on admin building.
Is there a reason why we couldn't have a meeting next week? I mean, if this truly is of the essence and this is our job, is there a reason why we couldn't have a meeting next week?
That's up to the commission. Staff would be ready. This is a little bit like CARES. Mike and I were talking. This is going to be every week for you now for the next several months. ARPA is like CARES was. We talked about it every week. So it's up to the commission. I don't know what your schedules look like for next week. I think we'd want to maybe vet that with your calendars. But I think staff would be ready to talk about, and maybe it wouldn't even have to be a meeting. Maybe it's just another second staff meeting of the week. We'd have one on Tuesday to talk about redistricting. We'd maybe have one on Wednesday to talk about admin building discussion. I don't know that we'd even need necessarily a meeting, except you don't have the ability to vote in the staff meeting setting. So if you think you'd be ready to vote on something next week, we'd probably make it a formal meeting. However, the commission wishes to move forward on this.
Well, we could do a staff meeting and then call a special meeting right after the staff meeting on Tuesday. I hope that the commission can make every phone call they can make and get all the information they want. I really don't want to delay them premium pay. I want to get those wheels in motion. It's a lot of talk, no action right now is what we're doing. So, but the premium pay is huge. Public safety backlog is huge. So everybody needs to get their own answers done. Can they get their answers to them by Tuesday, you feel?
My motion, if I'm able to make it now, would be to approve this spending plan with the exception of number 13, which would be the $9.8 million. We would table that for 1 week to discuss as quickly as possible an admin space that is a direct reflection of the money that we're going to be spending here. So my motion is to approve this spending plan, table number 13 for 1 week, and vote. That vote would be made at a special meeting on Tuesday next week.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any other comments? Don't see any. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz?
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner?
No. Okay.
All
Next
right.
item. What
Thank
else?
you for bearing with me. Sorry.
Okay. Oh, next item, please.
Item L, consideration of item 3 of the minutes of the July 8th, 2021 meeting of the Board of Bids and Contracts, Ambulance and Remounts, EMS and Fleet.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Joe Thomas, Purchasing Director. This item was deferred last week until further additional information could be supplied to you, and I believe since that time, that information has been supplied. And so with that in mind, we'd like to make our original recommendation and then have your comments or approval. This item is to recommend to utilize the HGAC by contract number AEV AM 1020, and that's with American Response Vehicles and American Emergency Vehicles, and this is in the amount of $2,027,118.02. I would also like to point out that this recommendation is based on the body style of the Ford E450.
Okay. Joe, thanks. I know there's some staff that's helped us. Mr. Gibson, thank you for your input in some of our meetings. So, has anybody got any questions? I don't know who was first, sorry. Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Joe, for that. We had a very good meeting, and you might want to go and just come up to the podium. I've got a couple of questions for you. We talked a little bit about an option that I think what we ought to consider this morning. I don't want to change all of these, but I would like to change one of them to a 550 chassis. And the reason I would like to do that is because it sounds to me like through the research that we've been doing, that this solves the hard right issue and it actually reduces the cost of maintenance and extends the life of the ambulance. I think there's reasons. Other words, I don't think it's actually you look at the life cycle of the ambulance. I think it actually doesn't cost more money and actually makes the ride much better for the patients that are going to be riding in this. But we don't have experience with this, and I think that we need to get some experience trying this out. And so I know other jurisdictions do have the 550. There's some advantages of having that larger platform. And that would also allow us to put the liquid spring suspension on the front end of the vehicle. So those are some things I would like to see us do. And I know that you did look at the finances of this and said there's money in the fleet to support my idea of essentially moving one of these. And I guess that the people who are supplying these are also fine with the idea. So we don't have to go back and rebid this or anything like that. They simply would make an adjustment on one of the 7. Secondly, I have I did talk to Mark, your chief mechanic over there at the fleet maintenance that deals with these ambulances. And I know that there's been a lot of folks that are frustrated over the 15-point system. I think that you and I have discussed the idea as manager. I don't think we've discussed it yet, but the idea that we maybe ought to move, again, that was an idea that moved us towards something a little more objective, but I don't think it's worked out well. I think at the end of the day, we could even do better than that. I know there's a study at WSU. I've shared my comments with you both, and I hope my comments get to Christy Bruckner at WSU before that report is actually finalized, because I think there's a way that we could do this with to see that program discussed and maybe a staff meeting and maybe have Mark and WSU come in and you folks and have a maybe more robust discussion about that idea. But it also ties into this idea also, the second part of this is the remount. We're paying a company to do remounts. Again, I think that's a great idea. I understand now by talking to Mark, we actually used to do this in-house, but we've actually suspended that primarily because the 6 people who were doing this, 3 of them retired or left, and the other 3 just frankly didn't have time to do it. This was done on Saturdays and weekends, and evenings, using overtime pay. I would like to see us maybe consider a remount program by hiring mechanics that make this their job. I think we could do a much better, probably do a better job. It would be on purpose, it would be continuous, and it would actually lower the cost for Sedgwick County. And I don't think and I think we have space. We could find space over there to do this. I think we need to talk about potentially getting a remount program on its feet and maybe do it a little bit differently than we did before. But this would actually be, it would save taxpayer money. It would actually bring it back in-house. We'd have total control over the remount program. I think that's something we need to talk about. So my real concern is today, I'm fine with the entire proposal, but I'd like to see an amendment. I don't know how to word this, but I'd like to see an amendment to change one of the 7 to a 550 chassis with an adjustment in the cost. And that would be something I'd make that motion if I knew how to do it, or at least support that. If somebody can help me make that motion, I'd be glad to make that motion. Is there an amount that you can tell me that needs to be adjusted here?
The Andrew Diltz, Facilities Director, Acting Fleet Director, The price to increase to the F-550 chassis is just shy of $38,000.
Okay, so I see there's other lights on. Let me just sit back and listen to the other comments, but I'd be glad to make a motion that would adjust the total cost of this proposal to include that upgrade on one ambulance. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I agree with Commissioner Howell to a point. What we've heard is that our current ambulances on the 450 are 86% of the load just by putting the box on. And that contributes to some of the hard ride that we've heard about. The 450 doesn't have the shocks for the front. And if we're looking at purchasing something today, this is a long term. We're not getting rid of them in a year or 2 or 3. And so we need to make a wise decision at this point. And if we can get a 550 as opposed to a 450, then we've got those vehicles, those 7 are all pretty well standardized as we're maintaining them and as we're looking forward to the future. So I agree that we probably ought to take a very, very, very hard look and probably purchase the 550s, but instead of purchasing one, I would purchase the fleet. As someone that managed the fleet, I liked my standardized things in my fleet, not one-offs. So I sincerely appreciate the fact that you did some deep research. We got reports back from a number of, at least 3 that I recall, different agencies that are operating with the 550. We found out that it's cheaper to maintain in the long run. We find out that the ride is better. It's not overloaded just as soon as you buy it. It makes more sense to me to buy 7 550s instead of 1 550 and 4 450s. So if there's a motion made, I would support one that bought 7 550s. Thank you.
Excuse me, Commissioners. I'll give you the figures for both scenarios that you just presented. So Commissioner Howell, if we go with 6 of the E450s, 1 of the F550, and the remounts, that total will become $2,064,979.16. If we go with the scenario of 7 of the F550s, along with the remounts, that total will now become $2,292,146.
What was that first number again, Joe?
It was $2,064,979.16.
So your original, the original request was for a number, then if you add 1, according to Commissioner Howell, it raises it to $2,064,000, and if we do all 7, it's $2,229,000.
$2,292,000.
$292.
And $146. Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually love the idea that we're looking at doing this because the testimonials that were provided, the backup teacher provided, was very convincing. And I think that this issue of patient experience on our ambulances is a pretty big deal. I raised this issue maybe a year ago, and I've been getting emails consistent. I don't know how many emails I've got on this now, but I took two days and spent 2 days in the ambulances. I don't know how many rides I went on, but I can tell you, it's not a fun experience back there. And I think that I would liken this to riding something with steel wheels without any suspension whatsoever down a road that has lots of potholes and things like that. It's just not a good experience. Someone's in pain and they're getting that type of jostling, and not just the patient, but everything on that entire ambulance is being beat up. I just think we can do better. And I just tell you, the testimonials about the reduction in the maintenance costs and the ambulance will last longer, it's easier to maintain, so it's a better ride, it provides more space for the crew in the back, and on it goes. There's a number of reasons why this is a better choice. And so the only question I have for you is, do we have money in the fleet budget to support a total of 7 of these rather than just 1 more?
We do. Excuse me. We do, but I will ask for a transfer out of our contingency fund of $250,000 into the general operating fund of fleet maintenance.
Is that something we need to make a separate motion? Okay, do we have that? No, we never do that today, or?
Yeah, we would need to do that today if possible.
I'd be pleased to make a motion. We would exercise all of the proposals as presented, except for upgrading the 7 ambulances from the 450 to the 550 chassis for the amount that was presented by Joe of $2,292,000, $2,292,146. And then we'll make a motion for a transfer in just a moment. So that's my motion, is to support the proposal for the 7 better ambulances.
Second.
Thank you.
There's a motion and a second for the 7 ambulances on the larger ambulance chassis. Any other questions? I don't see any. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell? Commissioner Cruz? Chairman Meitzner.
Aye. Thank you again, Commissioner Dennis, for pointing out the differences and going that way. We need to make another motion for the transfer of funds to cover this purchase.
Sorry. Yes, sir. Lindsay Peruso, your CFO. Yes, the item or the motion you would want to make is to authorize the transfer of $250,000 in budget authority from the fleet contingency to the fleet operating budget.
Okay, that's our motion, to transfer the funds of $250,000 from fleet contingency
To the fleet operating
to
budget.
fleet operating budget.
Second.
Motion is second. Any other comments? Being none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez? Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz? Chairman Meitzner.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for all your work, everybody, on this. Next item, please.
Item M, report of the Board of Bids and Contracts regular meeting on July 15th, 2021.
For the record again, Joe Thomas, Purchasing Director. The meeting of the Board of Bids and Contracts were July 15th. There is one item we're looking for your approval. This is on pharmacy services for ComCare, Health Department, and various departments. And the recommendation is to accept the proposal from Family Prescription Shop Incorporated, doing business as Hart Pharmacy. And then we would establish contract pricing at the rates listed for 1 year with 4 one-year options to renew. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions. I do recommend approval.
Okay, any other questions? I don't see any. I'll make a motion to approve the Board of Bids as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. No other comments. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez? Aye. Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz? Chairman Meitzner.
Aye.
Thank you again.
Thanks, Joe. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Consent agenda.
Good morning, Chairman. Tom Stoles, County Manager. Recommend approval of consent items N through T for the commission this morning.
Any questions about any of the consent items? I don't see any, so I make a motion to approve consent items N through T.
I second that motion.
Motion and a second. Any other comments? Being none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz?
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner.
Right. Next item, please.
Committee reports.
Does any of the commissioners have something to report? Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you, Chairman. Yesterday at the Mental Health and Substance Abuse Coalition, we have discussed hiring a new executive director to continue the work of the coalition. That job will be posted pretty soon. Brenda Dietzman has. She is going to go on to bigger and better things, although she will still be here to help us move the coalition's work forward in regards to substance abuse, homelessness, and mental illness. So be on the lookout for that. Mental Health and Substance Abuse Coalition, it's mhsacoalition.org. If you have questions around that, please give me a call. Thank you.
Okay. Any others? Don't see any other reports at this time. Next item, please.
Other.
Does anybody have anything under other before we go to an executive session? I don't see any, so we will now go to executive session. Commissioner Cruz.
I move that the Board of County Commissioners recess into executive session for 60 minutes until 1 p.m. For consultation regarding matters deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship, to discuss matters involving a departmental investigation and employee contractual matters, and that the Board of County Commissioners return to this room from executive session at 1 p.m.
Okay, I'll second that. Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez, Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz.
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner.
Aye. We will adjourn to the boardroom, so others can stay. Okay, welcome. We are back from executive session. No action was taken. Commissioner Cruz.
I move that the Board of County Commissioners recess into executive session for 15 minutes until 1:20 for consultation regarding matters deemed privilege in the attorney-client relationship, to discuss matters involving a departmental investigation and employee contractual matters, and that the Board of County Commissioners return to this room from executive session at 1:20.
Second. Those are the other comments. Madam Clerk, take the roll, please.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz.
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner.
Aye. We'll be back at 1:20. lunch yet? Okay. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We've returned from executive session. No action taken. Is there other business before the commission today? Mr. Stoltz?
Chairman, I'd like to make a statement. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioners, I'd like to make a statement for three reasons to kind of summarize how we got here with the EMS situation. I want to talk about what's gone on in the last 4 months, and then most importantly, I want to talk about going forward with the department. And so I have prepared a written statement I'm going to read to you, and we will provide copies to media and any other citizens or employees that want it. To the Board of County Commissioners and citizens of Sedgwick County, I have made some decisions regarding EMS operations this week, but before covering that, I would like to take some time to discuss a more comprehensive picture regarding the evolution of this matter that was not fully covered in the extensive Wichita Eagle articles. It is not my intent to disparage anyone in this statement, but to set a record straight and put out facts regarding the challenges in the handling of this matter. On May 6th of 2015, the Sedgwick County Commission approved a contract for Dr. John Gallagher to serve as County Medical Director. It was a 4-year contract worth a total of $193,576 salary per year, including a $47,732 buyout of an existing contract. When you calculate the cost of living raises and other contract stipulations, this contract exceeded well over $800,000 for the 4-year period. The contract was voted on unanimously by Commissioners Ranzau, Peter John, Unruh, Norton, and Howell. On September 18th, 2018, Scott Hadley retired from EMS. Dennis Mock was named as interim EMS director. In my opinion and assessment, Dennis served in this role in an exceptional manner. I received no formal complaints from EMS regarding Dennis's leadership during this entire time period, though in the early summer of 2019, I received random anonymous complaints from employees indicating a cultural good old boy system was in place where promotion was based on friendships instead of through merit of work. At the time, employees could not provide me with enough detail to substantiate such an environment. When Mr. Hadley left the County Manager Mike Scholes requested an analysis be completed to review other models of EMS deployment and service, including a physician-led model. Dr. Gallagher completed a report, and Mr. Scholes discussed the model with at least some commissioners to my knowledge. It was discussed as a staff in the fall of 2018, and we began looking at pros and cons of this model. There were many positives about this model, and it was being deployed in a few jurisdictions around the country, but was viewed as a professional and innovative model that could curtail historical conflicts between the clinical and operational sides of EMS. But before Mr. Scholes could implement the new model, he separated from Sedgwick County as part of a settlement with the County Commission. The review of EMS operations was put on hold during this time, and Dennis Mock continued in his interim role. The above situation involving the manager was resolved late in December of 2018, and in February of 2019, the discussions of EMS modeling resumed. On June 12th, Sedgwick County Communications put out a press release that stated the county was looking at a new model of EMS operations. I've attached that press release to the copy of this report. During that same time period, Mr. Leeds, Dr. Gallagher, and I attended meetings with EMS employees to hear their concerns. A large majority of employees spoke negatively against the new model and against Dr. Gallagher. I know commissioners met with some employees during this time as well. Many EMS employees made it clear the existing model, the model they were currently under, was their preference. But at the same time, some employees spoke in favor of Dr. Gallagher, and I received 5 correspondences from employees who indicated they supported Dr. Gallagher, but had to do so anonymously as there were attempts toward them internally to get them to sign a circulating petition that spoke out against Dr. Gallagher. One of these employees also told me of a culture of sexual harassment toward women in the department. She stressed she was telling me this in confidence and to not bring her name up, but asked that I look further into it. By August of 2019, we thought we had vetted this potential organizational change as fully as possible, including discussion with community stakeholders such as our hospital partners and the Medical Society, all of who supported the concept of a physician-led model. As such, the decision was made to move to the physician-led model for the following reasons. Number one, the growing complexity of EMS operations in the field. It was clear that EMS clinical clinical role in patient care had significantly evolved over the years. No longer were they simply a transport system, they were now extending the boundaries of the hospital emergency room to the streets and homes where they were making calls. It just seemed to make sense to have a physician lead this changing environment. Number two, to stop the constant historical conflict between clinical care and EMS operations. From a management perspective, putting both components under one roof made sense in terms of efficiency and service to the community. This shift would also help employee training, which had always been a struggle, to advance to the next level to improve outcomes for citizens. Number three, to put an outside influence into the organization to kill any type of cultural favoritism or discrimination that had been alleged. I spoke directly to Dr. Gallagher that this was his first priority and to work with our Human Resources Department regarding both issues. Number four, to improve communications between EMS and the rest of the county organization, specifically Human Resources and the Finance Departments. Staff from both of those areas stated that historically they had struggled to get information from EMS leadership. In a public staff meeting held in August of 2019, we again vetted this model and the reasons why we were proceeding. The body of the commission seemed favorable to the new model with the exception of Commissioner Howell, who spoke out against it. Any suggestion that this reorganization process was somehow hidden or not publicly discussed is disingenuous and wrong. On August 20 of 2019, County Communications put out a press release announcing this change to the physician-led model. I've attached that press release to this report. A 3 p.m. press conference was scheduled so staff could address the logic of the model and openly discuss the concerns stated by EMS employees in previous weeks. Not a single media outlet or citizen showed to this press conference. On December 4, 2019, Dr. Gallagher was signed to a new contract taking on the additional role of EMS director. His salary was $222,142.65 in the new contract, which represented a 3% raise over what his previous contract had been paying. This contract was placed on the consent agenda as it represented an extension of his existing contract signed in 2015 with increased duties of EMS director. The final draft for this agenda went to the commission and general public on Tuesday, November 26, a week where all commissioners were present and working. It was discussed and put out for all the public to see more than a week in advance. For anyone to indicate that this contract was buried on the consent agenda is false. As anticipated, after the new management team took over EMS, a sexual harassment claim came forward by an employee within EMS and was investigated by the Human Resources Department. After investigation, the matter was sustained and immediate job actions, including a termination, were taken against those who had committed violations in regard to that policy. Similarly, I have had a supervisor reach out to me anonymously and advise I never would have been promoted in the old system. Of course, the pandemic hit in March 2020, and the entire county organization reacted. All county management, including myself, had to put down our day-to-day operational jobs to deal with the COVID management of crisis operations, obtaining PPEs, testing, distribution of CARES funds, and ultimately vaccine management. For example, Public Safety Director Rusty Leeds became the lead of emergency management of COVID operations and acquisition of basic protective equipment, all which was in a national short supply. This emergency status lasted the remainder of 2020 and into 2021. In October and November of 2020, Commissioner Howell began verbalizing complaints regarding Dr. Gallagher's leadership and wanted him removed from his position. He advised me he was getting complaints from numerous EMS employees. I asked Commissioner Howell to have these employees come see me, Mr. Leeds, or Ms. Sheena Smutch, our Chief Human Resource Officer with Sedgwick County. He told me he would have employees contact me or would forward emails to me that indicated their concerns. I received nothing, and no one from EMS came to talk with me, Leeds, or anyone in HR. These conversations between Commissioner Howell and I continued throughout the winter, with my repeated requests for employees with specific complaints to talk to me, Leeds, or HR. He continued to say he would try to make that happen. No communication happened that I was aware of. During this same time, Commissioner Howell began sending me complaints regarding EMS calls and staffing issues. Though I would ask him where the complaints were coming from, he would not divulge, simply telling me to check them out. On every occasion, I did check them. In the vast majority, if not all, my findings through 911 or EMS supervisors contradicted the information that had been relayed to me by Commissioner Howell. The email Commissioner Howell forwarded to the Eagle regarding my reaction with what appeared to be what I had termed a witch hunt was born out of frustration from this continued misinformation complaint process while we were trying to manage a pandemic. I asked him repeatedly to bring forth employees to talk with me. Even in the midst of managing COVID testing, vaccine planning, and other COVID-related issues, had anyone brought forth a complaint directly from EMS to me, I would have initiated an investigation. Because of limitations regarding in-person meetings, in hindsight, I wish I would have proactively sent a survey or made some type of outreach to employees. That was a mistake on my part. In mid-April, following another complaint about mismanagement of EMS operations, I met with Commissioner Howell, Dr. Gallagher, Paul Masasi, Major Kevin Lannerman, Rusty Leeds, Elora Forshee, Chairman Meitzner, and Tanya Cole to discuss the logistics of what Commissioner Howell had termed a poor response from EMS on a specific call. At the end of the meeting, where we again found no tangible operational problems with the EMS response, Commissioner Howell again requested that I remove Dr. Gallagher as the director and reassign him back as medical director. I requested that Commissioner Howell help staff to resolve conflicts within the team and to give this model a chance to work for a reasonable time period, especially now since there was some indication we may be coming out of the pandemic. He advised he would not, and advised if I did not immediately remove Dr. Gallagher, he would go to the news media to discuss the situation. I asked that he help to build the team up rather than to destroy it, and that I could not take actions on complaints with no employees coming forward to me to tell me about specific complaints involving Dr. Gallagher's leadership. In the days following this meeting, we began receiving numerous core requests from Eagle reporter Chance Swaim, which we were happy to give as the organization is transparent in this regard. We were down staff and EMS calls were increasing, and we knew the data was reflecting that. A few days after this, Commissioner Howell contacted me advising there were employees willing to meet with me, but only with specific conditions. Number one, only Mr. Leeds and I were invited from staff. Dr. Gallagher, Dr. Pereira, and certain other management from EMS could not attend. Number two, only Commissioner Howell and in either Commissioner Cruz or Commissioner Lopez could attend. Number three, they would not meet individually or in smaller groups. It was two large groups based on X and O shifts staffing, or there would be no meeting. I agreed to these meetings, even though I thought it was unjust not to include all commissioners and Dr. Gallagher and Dr. Pereira to hear complaints about them. On April 26th and April 28th of this year, we held the meetings at the Extension Center. There was a tremendous turnout from EMS supervisors, paramedics, EMTs, as well as some former employees. Those that spoke were all against Dr. Gallagher. Though some complaints were nonspecific, they simply did not like him personally. There were several which cited exact reasons and examples that had occurred since August of 2019 that caused me concern. After the meeting on April 28th concluded, Mr. Leeds and I talked in the parking lot of the Extension Center and agreed that there was enough information here that warranted further investigation. Knowing the intensiveness of this effort, and that we had well over 100 interviews to conduct, we decided an outside and impartial party review would serve the county best. After internal discussion, and due to the speed in which we wanted this done, we opted to go with the auditing firm of Allen, Gibbs, and Hulick, who had historically provided excellent work to the county regarding internal audits and who promised to turn the investigation around in roughly 3 weeks, which would have put us done by the middle of June. This intention was forwarded to EMS employees, and I advised the commissioners of this path forward. Soon, though, Commissioner Howell informed me there were concerns over the use of this company since Paul Allen is a member of the Greater Wichita Partnership, as our chairman Meitzner and I due to our roles with the county. An insinuation was made that somehow the investigation would be tainted or biased because of this relationship. Though I sat on the board with Mr. Allen, I have never spoken to him except to greet him with a hello when I see him at the start of meetings. To indicate or disparage his credibility or his company's credibility is unprofessional and wrong. I was somewhat stunned by this accusation, until a staff member forwarded me an Eagle article from 2016 where commissioners had had a disagreement in the public newspaper regarding a contract award between his company and the county during that time. The article is attached. Regardless of what caused this concern using AGH, I felt it best to find another third party to help us with the investigation since our intention was sincere to get an unbiased analysis. I consulted County Manager Mike Papoon, and he suggested that we hire an independent legal firm to conduct this review. Mr. Papoon reached out and contacted the law firm of Height & Fanning, who agreed to conduct the investigation into this manner. This transition in investigation set us back in time by at least 3 weeks, but we felt it was worth it to take away any doubt or skepticism that we wanted a thoughtful and true investigation. Once again, employees and commissioners were made aware of the use of Height & Fanning, and after a short delay, the firm began interviews with almost 120 Sedgwick County employees. I stated from the beginning I would await this report before making a final decision on the way forward from this investigation. Last Friday, I put out an organization-wide note regarding the EMS matter and other matters within the county, and that email is attached. This note went to all county employees, including EMS and the commission. Also, on Friday last, I talked with Dr. Gallagher and let him know of my decision regarding a change in directorship and that it would take effect Monday. At 3 p.m. on Monday, July 19th, I formally placed Dr. Gallagher on administrative leave with pay and placed Deputy Director Paul Masasi and EMS Colonel Bill Robin in charge of EMS on a temporary basis. The following actions will now be taken. 1. An interim EMS Director will be named as soon as possible. 2. We will again separate EMS operations from the clinical branch. We will go back to the old system. 3. Though Dr. Pereira has resigned, she has remained committed to working until September, so she will now serve as medical director. This gives us more than a month to obtain a contracted physician to serve as temporary medical director until we get to a competitive process. 4. We will immediately stand up a citizen review and advisory board for EMS services. This advisory board will be made up of health professionals, doctors, nurses, paramedics, and EMTs, and citizens from the community we serve. 5. We are crafting a policy which will enhance communications regarding complaints that employees may be having in the workplace for help and resolution. The policy will be presented to the BOCC as soon as it is finished. When the organization stabilizes, we will immediately begin a regional search for a new EMS director. We will involve the medical and public safety community as well as EMS employees in this process. A lot has been said about EMS privatization. I have gone on record stating my opinion that public EMS service is the right model. But some commissioners have stated that we must provide some level of service to the community, and they are correct. If we continue to lose paramedics, it would be negligent to not consider other options to provide this community with an ambulance service. It is my true hope that it does not come to this. In the last few weeks, and this is important, in the last few weeks I have been called by physicians from the region telling me the patient care of EMS patients has gotten measurably better in the last several years with Dr. Gallagher's presence. Those types of calls have made these decisions very difficult because, to me, patient care of our citizens is extremely important. The issue perpetuated by the Eagle regarding the tragic suicide is unjust and unfair. That matter has been reviewed by physicians regarding Dr. Gallagher's decision that day, and despite what the paper reports, neither Mr. Leeds nor I tried to convince commissioners or citizens of the findings of the Medical Society. That is not accurate. We simply informed of the letter sent by the Medical Society. I neither sought or requested it. There is no investigation by the Board of Healing Arts, the sheriff, the district attorney, or anyone else in authority that I am aware of. There is an ongoing investigation by the State Board of EMS regarding the conduct of our paramedics and firefighters on the site that day, which we are aggressively defending. I was given a personal interview with Chance Swaim in June, during which time I gave him permission to record. We talked for several minutes, and he told me he was running an article regarding EMS. I was forthright and honest with him, and we talked about some of the issues in this document that I'm reading from today. Very little of it made the numerous articles. I would request that Mr. Swaim put my entire interview online for the public to read. In summary, for reasons stated, we went to a physician-led model in August of 2019. We knew many employees were concerned and spoke out against this model. We owned that. It was my personal hope that professional leadership in conjunction with professional staff would rise to the occasion and create an atmosphere of superior service for citizens of Sedgwick County. I've personally been part of 3 similar mergers in the past. One merging the city and county forensics labs, one involving the merger creating the exploited missing child unit between Wichita PD and the sheriff, and a third involving the merger of city and county building codes departments. In each of those cases, there was a large majority of employees who were unhappy with the changes being presented. But in the end, they worked out the differences, and the citizens of this community ended up with a better service model than before. Unfortunately, that did not happen in this endeavor, for which I am sorry. We will again split operations from the clinical branch of EMS and do our best to work through the challenges that historically existed. I feel confident we can make that work. These decisions rest with me, and I take full ownership of them. The specific decision to remove Dr. Gallagher as director also solely rests with me. I did so after much thought, investigation, and proper due process. I apologize for what many saw as a delay in this matter, but it is important to me to be fair and to not succumb to newspaper or social media pressure or even pressure from individual commissioners. I will also state that during the investigation, I offered a chance for an outside mediation as a last-ditch effort to try to resolve conflict. That is my nature and my role as a manager and my personal belief. Let's communicate to resolve the problem. Dr. Gallagher and his team welcomed that opportunity, but 2 spokespersons for the paramedics declined, advising that too much damage had been done. Since we went to the new model in 2019, I had not received a single formal complaint from EMS workers regarding Dr. John Gallagher until the late April meetings. I know commissioners reached out to Dr. Gallagher and encouraged him to work to improve morale within the department. And in the middle of this, we dealt with the COVID crisis. Nothing in this process has ever been a secret. We were transparent going in to the new model. We were forthright that we had many EMS employees who were concerned with the change. We even held a press conference to discuss that with the media, but no one showed up to attend. The first actual in-person complaints we heard from current EMS workers were on April 26 and April 28 of this year, not even 90 days ago. I've laid out the timeline since then. Investigations of this nature take time. To the media partners in this room, I have always given my pledge to be forthright and transparent regarding county operations. My door is always open to you. County communications staff and I meet with you on a quarterly basis, and I always ask the question, what can we do better regarding getting proper information to you to do your jobs? Those meetings will continue. To the citizens of this community, to EMS staff, and to this commission, I apologize for this concern in our public safety services. I feel it is my moral and ethical obligation to hear all sides in regards to the formal complaints made at the April meetings. I do not react to social media comments or newspaper allegations when it comes to these types of investigation, nor do I manage under mob rule. I will not react impulsively or emotionally to these types of matters. Though I understand EMS personnel's main issue was regarding their leadership, their message was crystal clear in this investigation. As we move forward, there are still issues that need to be addressed within EMS and do not immediately dissolve with an interim director. We still have a critical paramedic shortage that are concerning with increased calls. We still need to address compensation as other communities quickly hire away our talent for better pay as we struggle to keep our local talent. We're working to address compensation in the 2022 budget and have enacted a 10% critical pay status for paramedics for now. As I stated in my email to the organization last Friday, which is attached, our EMS professionals deserve good leadership from within their department, from director down to first-line supervisors. We will continue to work through what is best for the EMS department, the Sedgwick County organization, and the citizens and visitors of this county, and it's sincerely with my name attached. So thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to read this. And I apologize for this situation.
Tom, thank you. Commissioner Howell, I know you addressed this on you had a speech last week, and Tom obviously has said his piece here. If you want to make a comment,
I need to respond.
we need to keep this to about 5 minutes.
I'm not sure I can do that, Chairman. I need some time to respond to numerous things that were just stated. I'll do my best to speed it up, but I need to go through a couple things here. First of all,
You can do your best to address a couple of things, but this is not going to be a back and forth deal today.
well, due respect, Mr. Chairman, you're welcome to not stay if you don't want, but I'm going to stay here in front of the manager and the media, and I'll make my statement. Okay. First of all, Tom, I think you have a number of good things you're recommending to put this thing back on its feet. And these are the bold-type statements. I think there's 5 of them there. I think that is good. I want to give you appreciation for doing that. I think that's the right thing. I do want to talk about a couple of things that were mentioned. Number one, the meetings that happened on April 26th and 28th, because of Kansas Open Meetings Act, all 5 of us cannot be there. Okay? You challenged me to bring some employees to you, and I said, I'll be glad to do that. They are fearful because Sedgwick County has a reputation that precedes my time here, and I've talked about this with you before. There's fear of retribution and retaliation, that if they come in small numbers and they don't feel the safety, if you will, of the others in the audience or others that are with them that feel the same things. And so I said, yeah, I'll bring some to you. And you said, fine, let's do that. And I started realizing it's going to be a lot of people. So I actually secured the extension office because we needed a bigger space. And roughly 130 employees showed up, and I believe that 39, spoke. And so we went through some pre-planning there. I asked our communications folks to make sure that they recorded the conversations. And by the way, I didn't say a word. Am I correct about that? I didn't say a word.
Yes.
And I did invite a commissioner to attend that wasn't able to attend for whatever reason. I invited another commissioner to attend, and that commissioner did attend one of the 2 meetings. Because of previous conflicts with the other 2 commissioners, the employees didn't really want them to be there. They wanted to be able to speak to you, and I think that was fair. But we did go through the trouble of recording those times, and that was given to the commissioners. And they can correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand to this day, I'm not sure the commissioners have all listened to those 4 hours of testimony, if any of it. So, again, I listened to it more than once. I listened to it when it happened. I listened to it after it happened. And every commissioner was given the same opportunity. So if any commissioner wasn't able to hear that, it was their own choice. We went through trouble to make sure that every commissioner would have the same information. So I don't want to be accused of somehow not including other commissioners. So we went out of our way to make sure every commissioner had the same access to all the information. Let's go back to August 20th, 2019. I believe when that staff meeting happened, that there was things about that were not known by the commissioners. And I believe there were some things that were misrepresented at that meeting. I called the former county manager, and he said he was willing to look at a physician-led model, but it wasn't really his idea. And he said he would probably do a thorough review and monitor that, and if it didn't look like it was working, he would have gone the other way anytime. So again, on paper, it certainly looks like a good idea, but it wasn't something we were committed to at that point. That's not how it was presented at that meeting. It was presented as if this was the former manager's idea, and this was a novel idea. And the fact of the matter is, there was an investigation going on. I didn't know the magnitude of that investigation. I asked about that investigation 3 times, I believe, between August the 20th and when that report came out, I believe, in March. And 3 times I was told, there's really not much to talk about. When that report comes out, we'll talk about it if there's anything. But right now, there's nothing to talk about. So we'll let you know when something happens. I didn't know the magnitude of that. I'm not sure that my colleagues knew the magnitude of that report or of that incident. I think it was downplayed by the county. And I think if we had known some of those things, we might not have done what we did that day. Again, that was a 4-1 vote. 4-1, I should say. It was 4 commissioners that were in favor of that merging of the OMD and EMS, and I was not. If I understand correctly from that meeting, there was negotiations made with Dr. John Gallagher, and those negotiations were signed off by legal on October the 4th of 2019. They were put into Legistar, and they sat there for roughly 9 weeks. The Tuesday before December the 4th, I should say the 8 days prior to December the 4th, which would have been November the 26th, that resolution for that contract, employment contract, did appear on the draft agenda, but the title was changed. We had a meeting on Wednesday the 27th, This was not part of that discussion because it was on the draft agenda the day prior, and then that Friday, the 29th, it was released, but the title had been changed back. I was already out of country. This was a planned absence I made in January, January 2019. I planned this absence basically 11 months in advance. It's the first meeting I've missed as a commissioner in all my years of being here. I did review the draft agenda. It didn't stand out to me at the time because the title was edited. And I asked my front staff if we ever delay a contract for 9 weeks that needs to go forward. There's no reason to do that delay, but yet it was delayed roughly 9 weeks, and that's unexplainable. The reality is, it feels to me, I can't prove it, but it feels to me like there was an intentional effort to not let me know that was going to happen, because had I known about it, I would have, again, on the 27th of November, I would have asked to have that pushed back so I could be here when that contract was discussed, or when it was considered for adoption. I read the draft agenda, but it didn't, again, on consent. I assume everything on consent is considered non-controversial. This is obviously controversial because in August, it was a 4-1 discussion. So I was out of country. I watched the meeting on YouTube, and there was no discussion, and it was passed unanimously 4-0.
You're over your 5 minutes right now.
Okay, well, that's fine. I will tell you, I did receive lots and lots of emails from lots of people, and numbers of those I did forward to you, Tom, before August the 26th, which is why we had numerous discussions. Let me also say, the issue that you used the term witch hunt was reference to a December 22nd, 2020 call. And I asked the question, was this an anomaly or was this normal? And you went out, we had a verbal discussion in my office, you went out and got the times from 911 and you presented that back to me. I knew right off the bat the times that you presented to me were incorrect, and I tried to correct you. And your response to me was, tell your snitches to get their facts straight and to stop the witch hunt. And fact is, I had the right times. And that was a very concerning call, resulting in the death of one of our citizens. I don't have anything else to say right now. Thank you, Chairman.
Commissioner Cruz, can you please
Thank you,
make
Chairman.
it?
I will be brief.
Thank you.
Yes, I will be very brief. Tom, thank you for sharing that with us. Ultimately, I want to make myself clear that I have been engaged and involved in this process from the very beginning. I have taken this very seriously, and any indication of that by anyone in this community that says that I have not been involved is false. But ultimately, at the end of this, we have to move forward. What does it look like? Who is willing to shape it? There are a lot of things that could be said, but the only thing that matters is what we do to rebuild. Every single person plays a role in rebuilding. Yes, some way more than others. But the question is, are we willing to focus on the future? Not forgetting the past, but understanding that if we live there, nothing will change. This organization can only move forward. That's all we can do, is move forward. We have to find someone who wants to take this job, understanding that it's going to be a tough situation to come into. We have to handle this at its core and include all voices to find the best solution for this organization. I want to express my sincere gratitude to all EMS employees who are working to make this better, who are on the streets every single day caring for those in our community. And as unpopular as this may be, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the management of this county. I believe that you are doing the best you can to handle this very complex situation in the most professional matter possible. We continue to remain committed to transparency in our work. And our staff and the leadership of this organization deserve to work in an environment that is stable and process-oriented. And that is what as the commissioner who represents District 4 and who makes decisions based on a lot of information, but I make decisions for the whole county. I just want to express to you that I am committed to working and moving this forward, and my door is always open to anyone who wants to help. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rather than repeat anything that Commissioner Cruz said, I agree with what she had to say. I think it is time to move forward. I want everybody to know that I know and trust Tom Stoltz. He has the highest integrity and can be counted on to do what's right. He's kept the commission informed at every step. I also know that all 5 commissioners' highest priority is public safety, especially what's happening in EMS. Since this has been and still is a personnel issue, we do not try and convict our employees in the newspaper or social media. Every employee deserves to be treated fairly. I've worked with Tom and 7 different commissioners, including one that I have served with longer than any other commissioner. I know where I can place my trust, and that is with a person with a lifetime of service to our community. I will select Tom Stoltz every time. Thank you, Tom. My greatest concern as we move forward and what we look at the future is, will another department be targeted next? Will it be fire, 911, ComCare, corrections, sheriff, aging, etc.? Or will it just be those departments that a commissioner has a relative working in? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lopez?
Thank you. Well, a lot of what I probably would have said has already been stated, so I won't go over all of that. But I do want to just say I hope the changes that are being implemented now will help build back the trust from not only internally with our EMS department and staff, and for them to realize that we value you so much and we hear you and we are ready to do what we can to make some of this right. But also that this will help build the trust with our community again, because that's extremely important. One of our responsibilities up here is to make sure that we're leading in a way that's most effective. And we have to make sure that there's due diligence and there is a process followed when we have certain problems that come up. We can't react on an emotional level to a lot of these things. And sometimes it does take a little bit longer, but because we took the time to do this right, we are going to have the best possible outcome. And so I think that's really important to hear. I appreciate you making this statement, Tom. I think it shows that you have a willingness to really look at this from many angles and do what's best for the community, that you've owned a couple of problems in the past that could have been different. But again, we were also in the middle of COVID and everything that went along with that. And I think we really just have to do everything we can to realize that this is where we are today. And now we just have to take the right steps to move forward to get to where we want to be. And I think we are now on the process to do that. And again, I hope that we can start building back that trust with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. I would just thank you all for saying what you're saying. There seems to be I'll just say that without trying to repeat, for some reason there's been a little bit of feedback that we've all received that none of us have cared what's going on. And I think you've heard from all the commissioners that we've all cared a lot about what's going on and try to get to the bottom of it and try to be involved in it, because some of us chose not to do it directly with the media on the personnel matter, and others, or social media, is absolutely no indication that we didn't care. And I've said it before, I don't govern by social media. As Tom mentioned, he doesn't make his decisions based on social media and others. He makes his decisions on factual information and valid information. And that's the way I hope that I governed in the past and continue to govern in the future. So thank you, commissioners, for making your comments. And Commissioner Howell, you've got a closing statement.
I do. Thank you very much. Let me just say that I don't think it's good that commissioners have to get involved at this level. I don't think you like us doing that. I don't want to do that either. But when things aren't being solved and we are aware of it, then we have to get involved. In this particular case, I wanted the manager to investigate and find out why high attrition was happening. That did, unfortunately, what I perceive happened was there was denial, there was defense, and there was delay. And it forced me, I would tell you, I'm very data-driven. I have plenty of data. And I think everybody should look at data, and we should make the best decisions based on what we know. And the fact of the matter is, I think every commissioner had the right to know what was going on. And the manager, you had the right to know what was going on. And unfortunately, it took the press, the media, to expose this, in my opinion, somewhat of an embarrassing way to the county. We should not have had to do it that way. I didn't want to do it that way. And by the way, this has nothing to do with my family. And by the way, I did receive a very, I'm sure you all did as well, I received a very worrisome letter from someone at 911. I plan on discussing that with you, and if I have to get involved, I guess I will. I don't want to. But something needs to be investigated there as well. So again, I don't think we should get involved in it. I expect that you'll do a great job, managing whatever the situation is, or you'll investigate it and figure it out. But if not, then I stand by to do what I have to do.
Commissioner, thank you for setting up the April 26 and 28 meetings. That was the watershed moment. So thank you for that.
Okay, Tom, anything else? Thank you for sharing the facts that you know. So no other business in front of the commission, so we will stand adjourned.